Section 22 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 28, The Final Conquest in Spain. Chapters 35 through 41. Chapter 35. Scipio makes a league with Massinissa. The negotiations which had been begun with Massinissa were delayed for various reasons. He wanted in any case to meet Scipio personally and to grasp his hand in confirmation of the league between them, and this was the reason why Scipio undertook at that time such a long and out-of-the-way journey. Massinissa was at Gades, and on being informed by Marcius that Scipio was coming, he represented to Mago that his horses were getting out of condition through being confined in so small an island, and were causing a general scarcity from which all alike suffered, whilst his cavalry were becoming enervated through inaction. He persuaded the Carthaginian commander to allow him to cross to the mainland for the purpose of plundering the adjacent country. When he had landed, he sent 3 Numidian chieftains to Scipio to fix the time and place of the interview. 2 were to be detained by Scipio as hostages. The 3rd was to be sent back to conduct Massinissa to the place that had been decided upon. They came to the conference, each with a small escort. From what he had heard of his achievements, the Numidian had already conceived a great admiration for the Roman commander, and had pictured him in imagination as a man of grand and imposing presence. But when he saw him, he felt a deeper veneration for him. The majesty natural to Scipio was heightened by his flowing hair, and the simplicity of his general appearance, which was devoid of all adornment and decoration, and in the highest degree manly and soldierly. He was at the most vigorous time of life, and his recovery from his recent illness had given him a freshness and clearness of complexion which renewed the bloom of youth. Almost speechless with astonishment at this, his first meeting with him, the Numidian began by thanking him for having sent his nephew home. From that moment, he declared, he had looked for such an opportunity as this of expressing his gratitude, and now that one was offered him by the kindness of heaven, he would not let it slip. He was desirous of rendering such service to Scipio and to Rome that no one of foreign birth might ever be found to have afforded more zealous assistance. This had long been his wish, but Spain was a strange and unknown land to him, and he had been unable to carry out his purpose there. It would, however, be easy to do it in the land of his birth, where he had been brought up in the expectation of succeeding to his father's throne. If the Romans sent Scipio as their general into Africa, he felt pretty certain that the time of Carthage would be very short. Scipio watched him and listened to him with great pleasure. He knew that Massinissa was the master spirit in all the enemy's cavalry, and the youth's whole bearing showed high courage. After they had pledged their faith to each other, Scipio returned to Tarraco. Massinissa was allowed by the Romans to carry off plunder from the adjacent fields, in order that he might not be thought to have sailed across to the mainland without sufficient cause. After this, he returned to Gades. Chapter 36. Mago's last attempts in Spain. Mago's hopes had been raised by the mutiny in the Roman camp and the revolt of Indibilis. Now he despaired of effecting anything in Spain, and made preparations for his departure. Whilst he was so employed, a dispatch came from the Carthaginian Senate, ordering him to take the fleet which he had at Gades over to Italy, and after raising as large a force as possible of Gauls and Ligurians in that country, to form a junction with Hannibal, and not allow the war which had been begun with so much energy and even more success to drag on lifelessly. Money was brought to him from Carthage for the purpose, and he also requisitioned as much as he could from the people in Gades. Not only their public treasury, but even their temples were plundered, and they were all compelled to contribute their private stores of gold and silver. Sailing along the Spanish coast, he landed a force not far from New Carthage, and plundered the nearest fields, after which he brought up his fleet at the city. During the day he kept his men on board, and did not disembark them till night. He then took them to that part of the city wall where the Romans had effected the capture of the place, thinking that the city was held by a weak garrison, and that there would be a movement amongst some of the townsmen who hoped for a change of masters. The country people, however, who were fleeing from their fields, had brought news of the depredations and approach of the enemy. His fleet had also been seen during the day, and it was obvious that they would not have taken their station before the city without some special reason. An armed force was accordingly drawn up outside the gate, which faced the sea. The enemy approached the walls in disorder. Soldiers and seamen were mixed together, and there was much more noise and tumult than fighting strength. Suddenly the gate was thrown open, and the Romans burst out with a cheer. The enemy were thrown into confusion, turned their backs at the very first discharge of missiles, and were pursued with heavy loss down to the shore. If the ships had not been brought up close to the beach, and so afforded a means of escape, not a single fugitive would have survived. On the ships, too, there was hurry and confusion. The crews drew up the ladders, lest the enemy should clamber on board with their comrades, and cut the cables and hawsers so as not to lose time in weighing anchor. Many who tried to swim to the ships could not see in the darkness what direction to take or what dangers to avoid, and perished miserably. The next day, after the fleet had regained the ocean, it was discovered that 800 men had been killed between the wall and the shore, and as many as 2,000 arms of different kinds picked up. Chapter 37. On his return to Gades, Mago found the gates closed against him, so he anchored off Cymbiae, a place not far from Gades, and sent envoys to lodge a complaint against the gates being closed to him, an ally and a friend. They excused themselves by saying that it was done by a gathering of the townsmen who were incensed at some acts of pillage committed by the soldiers during the embarkation. He invited their sureties, the title of their supreme magistrate, together with the city treasurer to a conference, and when they were come, he ordered them to be scourged and crucified. From there he sailed to Pityusa, an island about 100 miles distant from the mainland, which had at the time a Phoenician population. Here the fleet naturally met with a friendly reception, and not only were supplies furnished on a generous scale, but he received reinforcements for his fleet in the shape of arms and men. Thus encouraged, the Carthaginian sailed on to the Balearic Isles, a voyage of about 50 miles. There are 2 islands so called. The larger one was better supplied with arms and contained a more numerous population. It also possessed a harbor where Mago thought he could conveniently shelter his fleet for the winter, as the autumn was now closing. But his fleet met with quite as hostile a reception as if the island had been inhabited by Romans. The sling, which the Balearics make most use of today, was at that time their sole weapon, and no nation comes near them in the skill with which they handle it. When the Carthaginians tried to approach the land, such a shower of stones fell upon them like a violent hailstorm, that they did not venture inside the harbor. Putting out once more to sea, they approached the smaller island, which possessed a fertile soil, but fewer resources in men and arms. Here they landed and encamped in a strong position commanding the harbor, from which they became masters of the island without meeting any resistance. They raised a force of 2,000 auxiliaries, which they sent to Carthage, and then beached their ships for the winter. After Mago's departure, Gades surrendered to the Romans. Chapter 38. Scipio's return to Rome, the elections. Such is the record of Scipio's command in Spain. After handing over the charge of the province to the proconsuls Lucius Lentulus and Lucius Manlius Acidinus, he set sail with 10 ships for Rome. On his arrival, a meeting of the Senate was held at the temple of Bellona, at which he gave a report of all he had done in Spain, how many pitched battles he had fought, how many towns he had captured, and what tribes he had brought under the dominion of Rome. He asserted that when he arrived in Spain, he found 4 Carthaginian armies opposed to him. When he left, there was not a single Carthaginian in the country. He was not without hope that a triumph might be accorded to him for his services. He did not, however, press his demand for one, as it was quite understood that no one had up to that time enjoyed a triumph who was not invested with a magistracy. After the Senate had been dismissed, he made his entry into the city, and had borne before him 14,342 pounds of silver, and a great quantity of silver coins, all of which he deposited in the treasury. Lucius Vettorius Philo now proceeded to hold the consular elections, and all the centuries voted amidst much enthusiasm for Scipio. Publius Licinius Crassus, the Pontifex Maximus, was elected as his colleague. It is recorded that a larger number of voters took part in that election than at any other time during the war. They had come from all parts, not only to give their votes, but also to get sight of Scipio. They flocked in crowds round his house, and at the Capitol, when he sacrificed the hecatomb which he had vowed to Jupiter in Spain. They assured themselves that as Gaius Lutatius had brought the first Punic War to a close, so Scipio would terminate this one. And as he had driven the Carthaginians out of Spain, so he would drive them out of Italy. They were marking out Africa as his province, just as though the war in Italy was at an end. Then followed the election of praetors. 2 of those elected, Spurius Lucretius and Gnaeus Octavius, were plebeian aediles at the time. The others, Gnaeus Servilius Capio and Lucius Aemilius Papus, were not holding any office. It was in the 14th year of the Second Punic War, B.C. 205, that Publius Cornelius Scipio and Publius Licinius Crassus entered on their consulship. In the assignment of the consular provinces, Scipio, with his colleagues' consent, took Sicily without recourse to the ballot. Because Crassus, as Pontifex Maximus, was prevented by his sacred duties from leaving Italy. He, therefore, took Bruttium. The praetors then balloted for their provinces. The city jurisdiction fell to Gnaeus Servilius. Spurius Lucretius received Ariminum, as the province of Gaul was then called. Sicily fell to Lucius Aemilius, and Sardinia to Gnaeus Octavius. Chapter 39. Envoys from Saguntum appear before the Senate. The Senate held a session in the Capitol. a resolution was passed on the motion of Publius Scipio that he should celebrate the games which he had vowed during the mutiny, and defray the cost out of the money which he had brought into the treasury. Then he introduced a deputation from Saguntum, the senior member of which addressed the House in the following terms: Although there is no form of suffering, senators, which we have not endured in order to keep our faith with you to the last, still the kindness which you and your generals have shown to us has made us forget our misery. For us you have undertaken war, and for 14 years have carried it on with such determination that often you have brought yourselves and often reduced the Carthaginians to the last extremities. Though you had in the heart of Italy such a terrible war, and such an enemy as Hannibal, you nevertheless sent a consul with his army to Spain to collect, as it were, the remains of our wreckage. From the day that the two Scipios, Publius and Gaius Cornelius, came into the province, they never at any moment failed to do good to us and injury to our enemies. First of all, they restored our city to us, and sent men all over Spain to find out those of us who had been sold into slavery and set them free. When our fortunes, from being utterly miserable, had become almost enviable, your two generals, Publius and Gaius Cornelius, met with their deaths, a loss which we felt even more bitterly than you. It seemed at the time as though we had been brought back from distant exile to our old home, only to see for the second time our own ruin and our country's destruction. It did not require a Carthaginian general or army to effect our annihilation. The Turduli, our inveterate enemies, who had been the cause of our former collapse, would have been quite able to extinguish us. And just when we had lost all hope, you suddenly sent Publius Scipio, whom we are more fortunate than all our fellow citizens in seeing here today. We shall carry back to our people the news that we have seen as your consul-elect, the one man in whom we placed all our hopes of safety. City after city has been taken by him from your enemies throughout Spain, and in every instance he picked out the Saguntines from the mass of prisoners and sent them home. And lastly, the Turdetani, such deadly enemies to us, that had their strength remained unimpaired, Saguntum must have fallen. Even they have been brought so low by his arms that they are no longer to be feared by us, nor, if I may dare to say so, by our posterity. The tribe in whose favor Hannibal destroyed Saguntum have had their own city destroyed before our eyes. We take tribute from their land, but it is not the profit but the revenge that we enjoy most. For these blessings, the greatest that we could hope for or ask heaven to grant, the Senate and people of Saguntum have sent this deputation to convey their grateful thanks. We are at the same time to convey their congratulations to you on having been so successful these last years in Spain and Italy that you have subjugated the one country by the might of your arms, not only as far as the Ebro, but even to its most distant shores which the ocean bounds, whilst in the other you have left the Carthaginian nothing outside the rampart of his camp. To the great guardian of your stronghold in the capital, Jupiter Optimus Maximus, we are bidden not only to render thanks for these boons, but also, if you allow us, to offer and carry to him in the capital this gift of a golden crown as a memorial of your victories. We pray that you will sanction this, and further, if it seem good to you, that you will ratify and confirm for all time the advantages which your generals have conferred upon us. The Senate replied to the effect that the destruction and restoration of Saguntum would both alike be a proof to all the world of the faith which each side had kept to the other. Their generals had acted wisely and properly and in accordance with the wishes of the Senate in restoring Saguntum and rescuing its citizens from slavery, and all other acts of kindness which they had performed were such as the Senate wished to have done. They accorded permission to the envoys to place their gift in the capital. Free quarters and hospitality were provided for them at the cost of the state, and orders were given for each to be presented with a sum of not less than 10,000 aces. The other deputations were then admitted to an audience of the Senate. The Saguntines also asked to be allowed to make a tour through Italy as far as they could with safety, and guides were furnished them and letters sent to the different towns requesting them to give the Spaniards a hospitable reception. Chapter 40. Discussion in the Senate respecting the allotment of provinces. The next question before the Senate concerned the raising of troops and the distribution of the various commands. There was a rumor that Africa was to form a new province and be allotted to Scipio without having recourse to the ballot. Scipio himself, no longer contented with a moderate share of glory, was telling people that he had been returned as consul not simply to carry on the war, but to bring it to an end. And the only way of doing that was for him to take an army over to Africa. In the event of the Senate's opposition, he asserted openly that he would carry his proposal by the authority of the people. The project was most distasteful to the leaders of the Senate, and as the rest of the senators, afraid of becoming unpopular, refused to speak out, Quintus Fabius Maximus was asked for his opinion. This he gave in the following speech. I am quite aware, senators, that many of you regard the question before us today as already decided, and consider that anyone who discusses the destination of Africa as though it were still an open question is wasting words. I do not quite understand, however, how Africa can have been definitely assigned as the province of our gallant and energetic consul, when neither the Senate nor the people have decided that it should be included amongst the provinces for the year. If it has been so assigned, then I think the consul is quite wrong in inviting a sham discussion upon a measure that has been decided upon. He is not only stultifying the Senate as a body, but each individual senator who is called upon in turn for his opinion. In expressing my dissent from those who think that we ought at once to invade Africa, I am quite conscious that I expose myself to two imputations. For one thing, my action will be set down to my cautious nature. Young men may call it timidity and indolence if they please, as long as we have no cause to regret that, though the counsels of others have seemed at first sight more attractive, experience shows that mine are better. The other charge against me will be that I am actuated by motives of malevolence and envy against the ever-growing glory of our most gallant consul. If my past life, my character, my dictatorship and 5 consulships, the glory I have acquired as a citizen and as a soldier, a glory so great as to produce surfeit rather than a desire for more, if these do not shield me from this imputation, at least let my age free me from it. What rivalry can exist between myself and a man who is not even as old as my son? When I was dictator, in the full maturity of my powers, and engaged in most important operations, my authority was by an unheard-of innovation divided with the master of the horse. Yet no one ever heard a word of protest from me, either in the Senate or in the Assembly, even when he was pursuing me with abuse. It was through my actions rather than my words that I wished the man, whom others considered my equal, to be compelled to admit his inferiority to me. And am I, who have received all the honors that the state can confer, to enter into competition with one who is in the full flower of his youth? And simply that if Africa is refused to him, it may be granted to me, tired as I am, not only of public business, but of life itself. No, I must live and die with the glory that I have won. I have prevented Hannibal from conquering in order that he might be conquered by those of you who are in the full vigor of your powers. Chapter 41. It is but fair, Publius Cornelius, that whilst in my own case I have never preferred my own reputation to the interests of the state, you should pardon me for not regarding even your glory as more important than the welfare of the Commonwealth. I admit that if there were no war in Italy, or only an enemy from whose defeat no glory was to be gained, then the man who would keep you in Italy, though acting in the public interest, might appear to be depriving you of the chance of winning glory in a foreign war. But as our enemy Hannibal has been holding Italy for 14 years with an undefeated army, you will surely not despise the glory of expelling from Italy during your consulship the enemy who has been the cause of so many defeats, so many deaths, and of leaving it on record that it is you who have terminated this war, as Gaius Lutatius has the lasting glory of bringing the first Punic War to a close. Unless indeed Hasdrubal was a finer general than Hannibal, or the last war a more serious one than this one, or the victory which closed it a greater and more brilliant one than this will be, should it fall to our lot to conquer whilst you are consul. Would you rather have drawn Hamilcar away from Drepana and Eryx than expel Hannibal and his Carthaginians from Italy? Even though you should cling to the glory you have acquired more than to what you hope for, you will not pride yourself upon having delivered Spain from war rather than Italy. Hannibal is not yet such an enemy that the man who prefers to fight against another foe would not be thought to fear rather than to despise him. Why do you not gird yourself to this task? Why do you not march straight from here to where Hannibal is, and carry the war thither, instead of taking a roundabout course, in the hope that when you have crossed over into Africa, he will follow you? You are anxious to win the crowning glory of bringing the Punic War to an end. Your natural course will be to defend your own country before you go to attack the enemies. Let there be peace in Italy before there is war in Africa. Let our own fears be banished before we make others tremble. If both objects can be achieved under your generalship and auspices, then when you have conquered Hannibal here, go on and capture Carthage. If one of the two victories must be left for your successors, the former is the greater and more glorious one, and will necessarily lead to the latter. As matters now are, the public exchequer is unable to support two armies in Italy and also in Africa. We have nothing left from which to equip a fleet and furnish it with supplies. And over and above all this, who can fail to see what great dangers would be incurred? Publius Licinius, let us suppose, is conducting the campaign in Italy, and Publius Scipio one in Africa. Well, supposing, may all the gods avert the omen which I shudder at the mention of, but what has happened may happen again, Supposing, I say, that Hannibal wins a victory and marches on Rome, are we to wait till then before recalling you from Africa, as we recalled Quintus Fulvius from Capua? What if even in Africa the fortunes of war prove equally favorable for both sides? Take warning from the fate of your own house. Your father and uncle destroyed with their armies within a month of each other, in the country where they had raised the name of Rome and the glory of your family high among the nations, through their successful operations by land and sea. The daylight would fail me if I attempted to enumerate the kings and captains, who by their rash invasion of their enemy's territory have brought the most crushing defeat on themselves and their armies. Athens, a city most sensible and wise, listened to the advice of a young man of high birth and equally high ability, and sent a great fleet to Sicily before it had disposed of the war at home, and in one naval battle the flourishing republic was forever ruined. End of section 22. Section 23 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 28, The Final Conquest in Spain, chapters 42 through 46. Chapter 42. I will not take instances from distant lands and remote times. This very Africa we are speaking about, and the fate of Attilius Regulus, form a conspicuous example of the fickleness of fortune. When you, Scipio, have a view of Africa from the sea, will not your conquest of Spain seem mere child's play? What resemblance is there between them? You began by coasting along the shores of Italy and Gaul, over a sea free from any hostile fleet, and you brought up at Emporiae, a friendly city. After disembarking your troops, you led them through a perfectly safe country to Tarraco, to the friends and allies of Rome, and from Tarraco your route led through the midst of Roman garrisons. Round the Ebro lay the armies of your father and your uncle, whose courage had been raised by defeat, and who were burning to avenge the loss of their commanders. Their leader was, it is true, irregularly chosen by the vote of the soldiery to meet the emergency, but had he belonged to an ennobled family and been duly appointed, he would have rivaled distinguished generals in his mastery of the art of war. Then you were able to attack New Carthage without the slightest interruption. Not one out of the 3 Carthaginian armies attempted to defend their allies. The rest of your operations, though I am far from depreciating them, are not to be compared with a war in Africa. There no harbor is open to our fleet, no district which will receive us peaceably, no city in alliance with us, no king friendly to us, no spot which we can use as a base of operations. Wherever you turn your eyes, you see hostility and menace. Do you put your trust in Syphax and his Numidians? Be satisfied with having trusted them once. Rashness does not always succeed, and duplicity prepares the way for confidence through trifles, so that when the occasion calls for it, it may succeed in securing some great advantage. Your father and your uncle were not defeated until the treachery of their Celtiberian auxiliaries left them victims to the enemy. You yourself were not exposed to anything like the danger from the Carthaginian commanders, Mago and Hasdrubal, that you were from Indibulus and Mandonius after you had accepted their alliance. Can you trust the Numidians after the experience you have had of the disloyalty of your own troops? Syphax and Massinissa would both prefer that they, rather than the Carthaginians, should be the leading powers in Africa, but failing that, they would rather have the Carthaginians than anyone else. At this moment, mutual rivalry and numberless grounds of complaint are embittering them against one another, because external dangers are far distant. But once let them see the arms of Rome and a foreign army, and they will hasten side by side to extinguish, as it were, a conflagration which threatens them both. Those Carthaginians defended Spain in a very different way from that in which they would defend their country's walls, the temples of their gods, their hearths and homes, when their trembling wives will follow them, and their little children cling to them as they march out to battle. What, moreover, if, feeling quite assured of the united support of Africa, the fidelity of their royal allies, and the strength of their walls, and seeing that you and your army are no longer here to protect Italy, the Carthaginians should send over a fresh army from Africa, or order Mago, who, we understand, has left the Balearic Isles, and is sailing along the Ligurian coast, to form a junction with Hannibal. Surely we should be in the same state of alarm as we were at the appearance in Italy of Hasdrubal, after you had allowed him to slip through your hands, you who are going to blockade not Carthage only, but the whole of Africa with your army. You will say that you defeated him. Then I regret all the more, both on your account and on behalf of the Republic, that you allowed him, after his defeat, to invade Italy. Allow us to ascribe all that has gone happily for you and for the dominion of Rome to your wise counsels, and all misfortunes to the uncertain chances of war. The more talent and courage you claim for yourself, the more will your native country and all Italy desire to keep such a doughty defender at home. Even you cannot disguise the fact that where Hannibal is, there is the center and mainstay of the war, for you are giving out that the one reason for your going to Africa is to draw Hannibal there. Whether there, then, or here, you still have Hannibal to deal with. And will you, I should like to know, be in a stronger position in Africa, single-handed, than here with your own army and your colleagues acting together? What a difference that makes is shown by the recent instance of the consuls Claudius and Livius. Where, pray, is Hannibal more likely to be supplied with men and arms? In the most remote corner of Brutium, where he has so long been vainly asking for reinforcements from home, or in the country round Carthage and on the soil of Africa, which is entirely occupied by his allies? What an extraordinary idea that is of yours, to fight where your forces are reduced by one half, and those of the enemy largely augmented, rather than in a country where with 2 armies you would engage only 1, and that too exhausted by so many battles and such long and burdensome service. Just think how different your plan is from your father's. On his election as consul, he proceeded to Spain, then left his province and returned to Italy, in order to meet Hannibal on his descent from the Alps. You are preparing to leave Italy while Hannibal is actually here, not in the interest of the Republic, but because you think it a grand and glorious thing to do. Just in the same way, you, a general of the Roman people, left your province and your army without any legal authority, without any instructions from the Senate, and entrusted to a couple of ships the fortunes of the state and the majesty of the empire, which were, for the time, bound up with your own safety. I hold the view that Publius Cornelius Scipio was elected consul not for his own private ends, but for us and the Commonwealth, and that armies are raised to guard this city and the soil of Italy, and not for consuls to transport to any part of the world they please, in the arrogant style of kings and despots. Chapter 43. This speech of Fabius, so appropriate to the circumstances under which it was delivered, and backed up by the weight of his character and his long-established reputation for prudence, produced a great effect upon most of those present, especially upon the seniors. Seeing that the majority approved of the sage counsels of age in preference to the impetuous temper of youth, Scipio is reported to have made the following reply. Senators, at the beginning of his speech, Quintus Fabius admitted that what he had to say might lay him under a suspicion of jealousy. Personally, I should not dare to accuse so great a man of that weakness. But either through the inadequacy of his defense or the impossibility of making a successful one, he has utterly failed to clear himself of the charge. For in his anxiety to dispel the suspicion, he spoke about his distinctions and his reputation in such exaggerated terms as to give the impression that I was in danger of finding a rival in the lowest of the Romans, not in him who, because he stands above all others, a position which I frankly confess I am striving to attain, denies the possibility of any rivalry between us. He has represented himself as an old man full of honors, and me as a youth not even as old as his son, as if the passion for glory did not extend beyond the span of human life, and find its chief satisfaction in the memory of future generations. I am quite certain that it is the lot of all great men to compare themselves not with their contemporaries alone, but also with the illustrious of all ages. I admit, Quintus Fabius, that I am desirous not only of equaling your renown, but, forgive my saying so, of surpassing it if I can. Let not your feeling towards me, or mine towards my juniors, be such that we would prevent any of our fellow citizens from reaching our level. That would not only injure the victims of our envy, it would be a loss to the state, and almost to the human race. The speaker dwelt upon the danger to which I should be exposed if I landed in Africa, showing apparently solicitude not only for the Commonwealth and its army, but even for me. What has led to this sudden anxiety on my account? When my father and my uncle were killed, and their armies all but annihilated, when Spain was lost, when 4 Carthaginian armies and their generals were holding the whole country down by the terror of their arms, when you were looking for a man to take the supreme command in that war, and no one appeared, no one came forward to offer himself but me, when the Roman people conferred the supreme command on me before I had reached my 25th year, why did no one then say anything about my age, the strength of the enemy, the difficulties of the campaign, or the recent disaster which had overtaken my father and my uncle? Has some calamity occurred recently in Africa, greater than the one which happened then in Spain? Are there larger armies, and better and more numerous commanders in Africa now than there were then in Spain? Was I then at a riper age for undertaking a great war than I am today? Is Spain a more convenient field for operations against the Carthaginians than Africa? Now that I have scattered 4 Carthaginian armies in flight, reduced so many cities by force or fear, and subjugated every part, down to the shores of the ocean, petty kings and savage tribes alike, Now that I have reconquered the whole of Spain so completely that no vestige of war anywhere remains, it is an easy task to make light of my services, as easy in fact as it will be, when I have returned victorious from Africa, to make light of those very difficulties which are now painted in such dark colors in order to keep me here. Fabius says that no part of Africa is accessible, that there are no harbors open to us. He tells us that Marcus Attilius Regulus was made prisoner in Africa, as though he had met with misfortune as soon as he landed. He forgets that that very commander, unfortunate as he was afterwards, did find some harbors in Africa open to him, and for the first 12 months won some brilliant victories, and as far as the Carthaginian generals were concerned, remained undefeated to the last. You will not therefore deter me by quoting that instance. Even if that disaster had occurred in this war instead of in the last one, quite recently and not 40 years ago, even then, why should I be prevented from invading Africa because Regulus was made prisoner any more than I was prevented from going to Spain after the 2 Scipios were killed? I should be sorry to believe that Xanthippus, the Lacedaemonian, was born to be a greater blessing to Carthage than I am to be to my country, and my confidence is strengthened by seeing what tremendous issues depend upon one man's courage. We have had to listen even to stories about the Athenians, how they neglected the war at their doors in order to go to Sicily. Well, since you are at leisure to tell us tales about Greece, why do you not mention Agathocles, king of Syracuse, who after Sicily had long been wasted by the flames of the Punic War, sailed across to this same Africa and turned the tide of war back to the country from which it had started? Chapter 44. But what need is there of instances drawn from other lands and other times to remind us how much depends upon taking the aggressive and removing danger from ourselves by making it recoil upon others? It makes all the difference in the world whether you are devastating the territory of another nation or seeing your own destroyed by fire and sword. It shows more courage to attack than to repel attacks. Then again, the unknown always inspires terror. But when you have entered your enemy's country, you have a nearer view of his strength and weakness. Hannibal never hoped that so many communities would go over to him after Cannae. How much less could the Carthaginians, faithless allies, harsh and tyrannical masters as they are, count upon the firmness and stability of their African empire? So far, even when deserted by our allies, we stood in our own strength, the soldiery of Rome. The Carthaginians have no citizen army. Their soldiers are all mercenaries, ready to change sides on the smallest provocation. If only nothing stops me, you will hear that I have landed, that Africa is wrapped in the flames of war, that Hannibal is tearing himself away from Italy, that Carthage is besieged, all at one stroke. You may look for more cheerful and more frequent news from Africa than you received from Spain. Everything inspires me with hope, the fortune which waits on Rome, the gods who witness the treaty which the enemy has broken, the 2 princes Syphax and Massinissa, whose fidelity I shall so far trust as to protect myself from any perfidy they may attempt. Many advantages, which at this distance are not apparent, will be disclosed as the war goes on. A man proves his capacity for leadership by seizing every opportunity that presents itself, and making every contingency subserve his plans. I shall have the adversary whom you, Quintus Fabius, assign to me, Hannibal. but I would rather draw him away than that he should keep me here. I would compel him to fight in his own country, and Carthage shall be the prize of victory, rather than the half-ruined strongholds of Bruttium. And now, as to any injury that may befall the Republic during my voyage, or whilst I am disembarking my men on the shores of Africa, or during my advance on Carthage. As the consul Publius Licinius is also Pontifex Maximus, and cannot be absent from his sacred duties, it is impossible for him to ballot for so distant a province. Would it not be almost an insult to say that he cannot accomplish the task, after Hannibal's power has been shaken and almost shattered, which you, Quintus Fabius, were able to accomplish when Hannibal, in the hour of victory, was flying about in every part of Italy? And even if the war should not be brought to a more speedy termination by the plan which I suggest, the dignity of Rome and her prestige amongst foreign kings and nations would surely require us to show that we possess sufficient courage, not only to defend Italy, but to carry our arms even as far as Africa. We must not let the idea get abroad that no Roman general durst do what Hannibal has done, or that whilst in the first Punic War, when the struggle was for Sicily, Africa was frequently attacked by our fleets and armies. In this war, when the struggle is for Italy, Africa is left in peace. Let Italy, which has been so long harassed, have some rest at last. Let Africa take its turn of fire and ruin. Let a Roman camp threaten the gates of Carthage, rather than that we should see the enemy's lines from our walls. Let Africa be the seat of war henceforth. Let us roll back there all the terror and the flight, all the wasting of our lands and the defection of our allies, all the other miseries of war which have been assailing us for the last 14 years. Enough has been said as to the Republic and the present war and the allocation of provinces. It would be a long and uninteresting discussion if I were to follow the example of Quintus Fabius, and as he has depreciated my services in Spain, so I were to pour ridicule on his glory and extol my own. I will do neither the one nor the other, senators, and if, young as I am, I cannot have the advantage over an old man in anything else, I will at least prove his superior in moderation and restraint of language. My life and my conduct of affairs have been such that I am quite content to accept in silence the judgment which you have spontaneously formed. Chapter 45. Scipio was listened to with impatience, for it was generally believed that if he did not succeed in inducing the Senate to decree that Africa should be his province, he would at once bring the question before the assembly. So Quintus Fabius, who had held 4 consulships, challenged Scipio to say openly before the Senate whether he left the decision as to the provinces in their hands, and was prepared to abide by it, or whether he was going to refer it to the people. Scipio replied that he should act as he thought best in the interests of the state. On this Fabius observed, "It was not because I did not know what you would say or how you would act that I made my request, for you openly avow that you are sounding the house rather than consulting it, and that if we do not at once assign you the province which you want, you have a resolution ready to put to the assembly." Then, turning to the tribunes, "I demand of you, tribunes of the plebes, that you support me in my refusal to vote, for even if the decision is in my favor, the consul is not going to recognize it." Then a discussion arose between the consul and the tribunes, he asserting that there was no just ground for their intervening and supporting a senator in his refusal to vote, when called upon to do so. The tribunes gave their decision in the following terms. If the consul submits to the Senate the allocation of the provinces, their decision shall be binding and final, and we will not allow any reference to the people. If he does not so submit it, we shall support any senator in his refusal to vote when called upon to do so. The consul asked for a day's grace in order to consult his colleague. The following day he submitted the matter to the decision of the Senate. The decree made respecting the provinces was that one consul should take Sicily, and the 30 warships which Gaius Servilius had had the previous year, permission being granted him to sail to Africa, if he thought such a course would be in the interests of the state. The other consul was to take Bruttium and the operations against Hannibal, with either the army which had served under Lucius Vittorius, or the one which Quintus Caecilius had commanded. These two were to ballot and arrange which of them was to act in Bruttium with the 2 legions which the consul would not require, and the one to whom that field should fall was to have his command extended for a year. With the exception of the consuls and praetors, all who were to take charge of armies and provinces had their commands extended for a year. It fell to Quintus Caecilius to act with the consul against Hannibal in Bruttium. Scipio exhibited the games amidst the applause of a large and enthusiastic crowd of spectators. Marcus Pomponius Matho and Quintius Catius were sent on a mission to Delphi to carry thither the offering made from the plunder of Hasdrubal's camp. It was a golden crown of 200 pounds weight, and there were facsimiles of the pieces of spoil made in silver, weighing in the aggregate 1,000 pounds. Scipio did not succeed in obtaining permission to levy troops, and indeed he did not press the point, but he was allowed to enlist volunteers. As he had stated that his fleet would not be a charge on the state, he was given liberty to accept any materials contributed by the allies for the construction of his ships. The cantons of Etruria were the first to promise assistance, each according to its means. Caere contributed corn and provisions of all kinds for the crews, Populonia iron, Tarquinii cloth for the sails, Volaterrae timber for the hulls, and corn. Arretium 3,000 shields and as many helmets, whilst they were ready to supply as many as 50,000 darts, javelins, and long spears. They also offered to furnish all the axes, spades, sickles, gabions, and hand mills required for 40 warships, as well as 120,000 pecks of wheat and provision for the sailing masters and the rowers on the voyage. Perusia, Clusium, and Rucellai sent pine wood for the timbers of the ships, and a large quantity of corn. The Umbrian communities, as well as the inhabitants of Nursia, Reate, and Amiternum, and the whole of the Sabine country, promised to furnish men. Numerous contingents from the Marsi, the Peligni, and the Marrucini volunteered to serve on board the fleet. Camerinum, a city leagued on a basis of equal rights with Rome, sent a cohort of 600 men-at-arms. The keels of 30 ships, 20 cankaremes and 10 quadriremes, were laid down, and Scipio pressed on the work so rapidly that 45 days after the timber had been brought from the forests, the ships were launched with their tackle and armament complete. Chapter 46. Departure of the magistrates for their provinces. Landing of Mago in Liguria. Scipio sailed to Sicily with 7,000 volunteers on board his 30 warships, and Publius Licinius proceeded to Bruttium. Of the 2 consular armies stationed there, he selected the one which the former consul, Lucius Veturius, had commanded. He allowed Metellus to keep the legions he was in command of, as he thought he would do better with men accustomed to his leadership. The praetors also departed for their several provinces. As money was needed for the war, the quaestors received instructions to sell that part of the Capuan territory which extends from the Fossa Graeca to the coast, and evidence was asked for of any cases where land had been appropriated by a citizen of Capua, that it might be included in the Roman state land. The informer was to receive a gratuity of 10% of the value of the land. The city praetor, Gnaeus Servilius, was also to see that the citizens of Capua were residing where the Senate had given them permission to reside, and any who were living elsewhere were to be punished. During the summer, Mago, who had been wintering in Minorca, embarked with a force of 12,000 infantry and 2,000 cavalry, and set sail for Italy with about 30 warships and a large number of transports. The coast was quite unguarded, and he surprised and captured Genoa. From there he went on to the Ligurian coast on the chance of rousing the Gauls. One of their tribes, the Ingoni, were at the time engaged in a war with the Epenterii, an Alpine tribe. After storing his plunder in Savo and leaving 10 vessels as guardships, Mago sent the remainder of his ships to Carthage to protect the coast, as it was rumored that Scipio intended to invade Africa, and then he formed an alliance with the Ingoni, from whom he expected more support than from the mountaineers, and commenced to attack the latter. His army grew in numbers every day. The Gauls, drawn by the spell of his name, flocked to him from all parts. The movement became known in Rome through a dispatch from Spurius Lucretius, and the Senate were filled with the gravest apprehensions. It seemed as though the joy with which they heard of the destruction of Hasdrubal and his army 2 years before would be completely stultified by the outbreak of a fresh war in the same quarter, quite as serious as the former one, the only difference being in the commander. They sent orders to the proconsul Marcus Livius to move the army of Etruria up to Ariminum, and the city praetor Gnaeus Servilius was empowered, in case he thought it advisable, to order the city legions to be employed elsewhere, and give the command to the man whom he thought most capable. Marcus Valerius Laevinus led these legions to Arretium. About this time, Gnaeus Octavius, who was commanding in Sardinia, captured as many as 80 Carthaginian transports in the neighborhood. According to Coelius's account, they were loaded with corn and supplies for Hannibal. Valerius, however, says that they were carrying the plunder from Etruria and the Ligurian and Eponterian prisoners to Carthage. Hardly anything worth recording took place in Bruttium this year. A pestilence attacked the Romans and the Carthaginians, and was equally fatal to both. But in addition to the epidemic, the Carthaginians were suffering from scarcity of food. Hannibal spent the summer near the temple of Juno Lacinia, where he built and dedicated an altar with a long inscription recording his exploits in Phoenician and also in Greek. End of section 23. Section 24 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 29, Scipio in Africa, Chapters 1 through 7. Chapter 1, Scipio in Sicily. On his arrival in Sicily, Scipio organized the volunteers into maniples and centuries, and selected 300 of the most robust and active, whom he kept about his person. They did not carry arms, and did not know why they were unarmed, and why they were not included in the centuries. Then he picked out of the whole military population of Sicily 300 of the noblest and wealthiest, and formed them into a cavalry corps to take with him into Africa. He fixed a day on which they were to present themselves, fully equipped with horses and arms. The prospect of a campaign far from home, with its many toils and great dangers, both by land and sea, appalled the young fellows as well as their parents and relations. When the appointed day arrived, they all appeared fully armed and accoutred. Scipio then told them that it had come to his knowledge that some of the Sicilian cavalry were looking forward with dread to their expedition, as one full of difficulties and hardships. If any of them felt like that, he would rather that they owned it at once than that the Republic should have reluctant and inefficient soldiers who were always grumbling. They should speak out their mind. He would listen to them without any feeling of resentment. One of them ventured to say that if he were free to choose, he would rather not go, whereupon Scipio replied, "Since, young man, you have not concealed your real sentiments, I will provide a substitute for you. You will give up to him your horse and your arms and other military outfit, and take him with you at once to train him and instruct him in the management of a horse and the use of arms." The man was delighted to get off on these terms, and Scipio handed over to him one of the 300 whom he was keeping unarmed. When the others saw the trooper exempted in this way, with the commander's approval, they, every one of them, excused themselves and accepted a substitute. By this means the Romans replaced the 300 Sicilian cavalry without any expense to the state. The Sicilians had all the care of their training, for the general's orders were that anyone who did not carry this out would have to go on active service himself. It is said that this turned out a splendid squadron of cavalry, and did good work for the Republic in many battles. Then he inspected the legions, and picked out the men who had seen most service, particularly those who had been under Marcellus, as he considered that these had been trained in the best school, and after their protracted investment of Syracuse were thoroughly familiar with the methods of attacking fortified places. In fact, Scipio was not contemplating any small operations. He had already fixed his mind on the capture and destruction of Carthage. He then distributed his army amongst the fortified towns, and ordered the Sicilians to supply corn, thus husbanding what had been brought from Italy. The old ships were refitted, and Gaius Laelius was sent with them to plunder the African coast. The new ones he beached at Panormus, as owing to their hasty construction they had been built of unseasoned wood, and he wished them to be on dry land through the winter. When his preparations for war were completed, Scipio visited Syracuse. This city had not yet recovered its tranquillity after the violent convulsions of the war. Certain men of Italian nationality had seized the property of some Syracusans at the time of the capture, and though the Senate had ordered its restitution, they still retained it. After making fruitless efforts to recover it, the Greeks came to Scipio for redress. He felt that confidence in the honesty of the government was of the very first importance, and by issuing a proclamation and pronouncing judgment against those who persisted in keeping possession, he succeeded in restoring their property to the Syracusans. This action on his part was gratefully appreciated, not only by the owners themselves, but by all the cities of Sicily, and they exerted themselves more than ever to assist him. War in Spain. During this summer, an extensive war broke out in Spain at the instigation of Indibulus, whose sole motive was his intense admiration for Scipio, which made him think lightly of other commanders. The people looked upon him as the only general the Romans had left to them, all the others having been killed by Hannibal. Indibulus told the Spaniards that it was owing to this there was no one else who could be sent to Spain after the 2 Scipios were killed, and when the war began to press more heavily on Italy, he was recalled home as the only man who could oppose Hannibal. The Roman generals in Spain were nothing but names, and the veteran army had been withdrawn. Now there was confusion everywhere, and an untrained mob of raw recruits. Never again would Spain have such a chance of recovering its liberty. Up to that time it had been in bondage to either the Romans or the Carthaginians, nor always to one alone, occasionally to both at the same time. The Carthaginians had been expelled by the Romans. The Romans could be expelled by the Spaniards if they were unanimous, and then, with their country freed forever from foreign domination, they could return to the traditions and rights of their forefathers. By arguments of this kind, he succeeded in rousing his own people and their neighbors, the Occitani. Other tribes round joined them, and in a few days 30,000 infantry and about 4,000 cavalry mustered in the Seditanian territory, the appointed rendezvous. Chapter 2. The Roman commanders, Lucius Lentulus and Lucius Manlius Acidinus, were determined not to let the war spread through any remissness on their part. They united their forces and marched with their combined strength through the Occitanian territory, inflicting no injury on either the hostile or the peaceable districts until they came to where the enemy was encamped. They fixed their own camp at a distance of 3 miles from that of the enemy, and sent envoys to persuade him to lay down his arms. When, however, the Spanish horse attacked a party of foragers, cavalry supports were at once hurried up from the Roman outposts, and a skirmish took place without any special advantage to either side. On the morrow, the whole of the Spanish army marched under arms and in battle formation to within a mile of the Roman camp. The Occitani formed the center. The Ilergetes were on the right, and the left was made up of various nameless tribes. Between the wings and the center, open spaces were left, wide enough to allow of the cavalry charging through when the right moment arrived. The Roman line was formed in the usual way, except that they so far copied the enemy as to leave spaces between the legions for their cavalry also to pass through. Lentulus, however, saw that this disposition would be of advantage to that side only, who were the first to send their cavalry through the wide gaps in the opposing line. Accordingly, he gave the military tribune, Servius Cornelius, orders to send his cavalry at full speed through the openings. He himself, finding that his infantry were making no progress, and that the 12th Legion, who were on the left, opposed to the Ilergetes, were beginning to give ground, brought up the 13th Legion, who were in reserve, to their support. As soon as the battle was restored in this quarter, he rode up to Lucius Manlius, who was at the front encouraging his men, and bringing up assistance wherever it was required, and pointed out to him that all was safe on his left, and that Spurius Cornelius, acting under his orders, would soon envelop the enemy with a whirlwind of cavalry. He had hardly said this when the Roman cavalry, charging into the middle of the enemy, threw his infantry into confusion, and at the same time barred the passage for the Spanish horse. These, finding themselves unable to act as cavalry, dismounted and fought on foot. When the Roman commanders saw the enemy's ranks in disorder, confusion and panic spreading, and the standards swaying to and fro, they appealed to their men to break up the enemy while thus shaken, and not let them reform their line. The barbarians would not have withstood the furious attack which followed, had not Indibulus and his dismounted cavalry placed themselves in front to screen the infantry. There was very violent fighting for some time, neither side giving way. The king, though half dead, kept his ground till he was pinned to the earth by a javelin, and then those who were fighting round him were at last overwhelmed beneath showers of missiles. A general flight began, and the carnage was all the greater because the troopers had no time to recover their horses, and the Romans never relaxed the pursuit until they had stripped the enemy of his camp. 13,000 Spaniards were killed on that day, and about 1,800 prisoners taken. Of the Romans and allies, a little more than 200 fell, mainly on the left wing. The Spaniards who had been routed on the field or driven out of their camp dispersed amongst the fields, and finally returned to their respective communities. Chapter 3. After this, Mandonius summoned a meeting of the National Council, at which loud complaints were uttered about the disasters they had incurred, and the authors of the war were strongly denounced. It was resolved to send envoys to make a formal surrender, and offer to give up their arms. They threw all the blame on Indibulus for starting the war, and on the other chieftains also, most of whom had fallen in the battle. The reply they received was that their surrender would only be accepted on condition of their giving up Mandonius alive, and the other instigators of the war. Failing this, the Roman army would march into the country of the Ilergetes and Occitani, and into the territories of other nations, one after another. When this reply was reported to the council, Mandonius and the other chiefs were at once arrested and handed over for punishment. Peace was re-established amongst the Spanish tribes. They were required to furnish double pay for the troops that year, a 6-month supply of corn, and cloaks and togas for the army. Hostages were also demanded from about 30 tribes. Landing of Laelius in Africa. In this way, the revolt in Spain was crushed without any serious disturbance, and all the terror of our arms was turned towards Africa. Gaius Laelius reached Hippo Regius in the night, and at daybreak his soldiers and the crews of the vessels were sent ashore for the purpose of ravaging the surrounding country. As the inhabitants were all peacefully pursuing their avocations and suspecting no danger, considerable mischief was done amongst them. Wild alarm was spread through Carthage by the breathless fugitives, who declared that a Roman fleet had arrived under the command of Scipio. The report of his having crossed over to Sicily had already got abroad. As no one was quite clear as to how many ships had been sighted, or what was the strength of the force that was landed, they were led by their fears to exaggerate everything. When they had recovered from the first shock of alarm, they were filled with consternation and grief. Has fortune, they asked, so completely changed that the nation, which in the pride of victory had an army before the walls of Rome, and after making so many of the enemy's armies bite the dust, forced or persuaded into submission all the peoples of Italy, should now, in the recoil of war, have to witness the desolation of Africa, and the siege of Carthage without having anything like the resources which the Romans have wherewith to meet these troubles. In the Roman plebes and in Latium they are supplied with a soldiery which is always growing more efficient and more numerous to replace all the armies they have lost, whilst our common people are utterly unwarlike, whether in town or country. We have to hire mercenaries from amongst the Africans, upon whom no dependence can be placed, who are as fickle as the wind. The native sovereigns are hostile now. Syphax has quite turned against us since his interview with Scipio. Massinissa has openly declared himself our bitterest enemy. Nowhere does there appear the slightest prospect of help. Mago has not created any outbreak in Gaul, nor has he effected a junction with Hannibal. Hannibal himself is weakening, both in prestige and in strength. Chapter 4. The Carthaginians were recalled from the gloomy reflections into which the dire news had plunged them by the pressure of immediate danger and the necessity of devising means to meet it. They decided to raise a hasty levy from the town and country population alike, to send officers to enlist African mercenaries, to strengthen the defenses of the city, to accumulate stores of corn, to prepare a supply of weapons and armor, to fit out ships and dispatch them against the Roman fleet at Hippo. In the midst of these preparations, news came that it was Laelius, not Scipio, who was in command, that the force he had brought was only sufficient to make a raid, and that the main strength of the war was still in Sicily. So they breathed freely once more, and began to send deputations to Syphax and the other princes with the view of consolidating their alliance. They even sent envoys to Philip with the promise of 200 talents of silver to induce him to invade either Sicily or Italy. Instructions were also sent to their generals in Italy to keep Scipio fully employed at home, and so prevent him from leaving the country. To Mago they sent not only instructions, but also 25 warships, a force of 6,000 infantry, 800 cavalry, and 7 elephants. A large amount of money was also forwarded to him, to enable him to raise a body of mercenaries, with which he might be able to move nearer Rome, and form a junction with Hannibal. Such were the preparations and plans of Carthage. While Laelius was carrying off the enormous quantity of booty which he had taken from the defenseless and unprotected peasantry, Massinissa, who had heard of the arrival of the Roman fleet, came with a small escort to visit him. He complained of the want of energy shown by Scipio. Why, he asked, had he not brought his army to Africa, just at a time when the Carthaginians were in a state of dismay and consternation, and Syphax was preoccupied with war with his neighbors? He was quite certain that if time were allowed him for arranging matters as he wished, Syphax would be anything but a true friend to the Romans. Laelius must urge Scipio to push on without delay, and he, Massinissa, though driven from his kingdom, would assist him with a force of horse and foot, which would be by no means contemptible. Laelius himself, too, must not stay in Africa. There was reason to believe that a fleet had sailed from Carthage, with which, in Scipio's absence, it would not be safe to engage. After this conversation, Massinissa took his departure, and the following day Laelius left Hippo with his ships laden with plunder, and returned to Sicily, where he laid Massinissa's instructions before Scipio. Chapter 5. Mago active in northern Italy. It was about this time that the ships which had been dispatched from Carthage to Mago appeared off the coast at a place situated between the Ingoni and Genoa. Mago's fleet happened to be anchored there at the time, and as soon as he learnt the nature of the instructions brought to him, and that he was to gather together as large a force as possible, he at once summoned a council of the Gallic and Ligurian chieftains, the two nationalities of which the large population of that country was composed. When they were assembled, he told them that his mission was to restore them to liberty, and as they could see for themselves, reinforcements were being sent to him from home. But it depended upon them what numbers and strength would be available for the war. There were 2 Roman armies in the field, one in Gaul, the other in Etruria, and he knew, as a matter of fact, that Spurius Lucretius would unite his forces with Marcus Livius. A good many thousands of men must be armed if they were to offer an effectual resistance to 2 Roman generals and 2 armies. The Gauls assured him that they were perfectly willing to do their part, but as one Roman camp was on their territory and the other just within the frontier of Etruria, almost within sight of them, any attempt to assist the Carthaginians openly would subject their country to an invasion from both sides. Mago must ask from the Gauls only such assistance as they could furnish secretly. As for the Ligurians, the Roman camp was a long way from their cities. They were therefore free to act as they chose. It was right that they should arm their men and take their fair share in the war. The Ligurians raised no objection. They only asked for an interval of 2 months in which to raise their force. Mago, in the meantime, after sending the Gauls home, began to hire mercenary troops secretly throughout their country, and clandestine supplies were sent to him from the different communities. Marcus Livius marched his army of volunteer slaves from Etruria into Gaul, and after joining hands with Lucretius, made preparations for opposing any movement which Mago might make in the direction of Rome. If, on the other hand, the Carthaginians remained quiet in that corner of the Alps, he would also stay where he was, near Ariminum, to defend Italy. Chapter 6. Recapture of Locri. Scipio's eagerness to carry out his project was quickened by the report which Gaius Laelius brought back of his conversation with Massinissa, and the troops, too, were very keen to make the voyage when they saw the whole of Laelius's fleet loaded with plunder taken from the enemy. His larger purpose, however, was crossed by a smaller undertaking, namely the conquest of Locri, one of the cities which, in the general defection of Italy, had gone over to the Carthaginians. The hope of achieving this object had arisen from a very trivial incident. The struggle in Bruttium had assumed the character of brigandage much more than that of regular warfare. The Numidians had commenced the practice, and the Bruttians followed their example, not so much because of their alliance with the Carthaginians, as because it was their traditional and natural method of carrying on war. At last, even the Romans were infected by the passion for plunder, and, as far as their generals allowed them, used to make predatory incursions on the enemy's fields. A party of Locrians who had left the shelter of their city were caught by them in one of these raids and carried off to Rhegium, and amongst them were some artisans who had been working for the Carthaginians in the citadel of Locri. Many of the Locrian nobles who had been expelled by their opponents when the city was surrendered to Hannibal had retired to Rhegium and were living there at the time. They recognized these artisans and naturally, after their long absence, wanted to know what was going on at home. After replying to all their questions, the prisoners said that if they were ransomed and sent back, they believed that they could betray the citadel to them, as they lived there and were implicitly trusted by the Carthaginians. The nobles, filled as they were with a yearning for home, and burning to take vengeance on their opponents, came to an understanding with them as to how the project was to be executed, and what signals those in the citadel were to look out for. They then promptly ransomed them and sent them back. Their next step was to proceed to Syracuse, where some of the refugees were staying, and interview Scipio. They told him what the prisoners had promised to do, and he felt that there was a reasonable prospect of success. 2 military tribunes, Marcus Sergius and Publius Matianus, accompanied them back to Rhegium with orders to take 3,000 men from the garrison there and march to Locri. Written instructions were also sent to the propraetor Quintus Flaminius to take command of the expedition. The troops started from Rhegium, carrying with them ladders specially constructed to reach the lofty elevation of the citadel, and about midnight they arrived at the place from which they were to give the signal agreed upon. The conspirators were on the lookout, and when they observed the signal, they lowered ladders which they had made for the purpose, and in this way the assailants were able to mount at several different points simultaneously. Before any shouting arose, they attacked the men on guard, who, suspecting no danger, were asleep. Their dying groans were the first sounds that were heard. Then there was the consternation of men suddenly awakened and not knowing the cause of the tumult. And at last, when they discovered it, they roused the rest, and every man shouted his loudest, "To arms! The enemy is in the citadel, and the sentinels are being killed." The Romans, who were far outnumbered, would have been overpowered had not the shouts of those outside bewildered the garrison, whilst everything seemed more terrible in the confusion and panic of a nocturnal assault. The Carthaginians, in their alarm, imagined that the citadel was filled by the enemy, and abandoning all further resistance, fled to the other citadel, which was situated not far from the first. The city itself, which lay between the two as the prize of victory, was held by the townsmen. Sorties were made from each citadel, and skirmishes went on day by day. Quintus Flaminius commanded the Roman garrison, and Hamilcar the Carthaginian. The numbers on each side were augmented by reinforcements from neighboring positions. At last Hannibal himself moved up, and the Romans would not have held out had not the population, embittered by the tyranny and rapacity of the Carthaginians, taken their side. Chapter 7. When information reached Scipio as to the serious state of affairs at Locri and Hannibal's approach, he feared for the garrison, which would be in great danger owing to the difficulty of withdrawal. Leaving his brother Lucius in command of a detachment at Messana, he set sail as soon as the tide turned, and allowed a favorable voyage. Hannibal had reached the river Bulotus, at a point not far from Locri, and had sent instructions from there to Hamilcar, ordering him to commence a violent attack on the Romans and Locrians, whilst he himself would deliver an assault on the opposite side of the city, which would be left unguarded, as everyone's attention would be devoted to the attack which Hamilcar was making. He arrived before the city at daybreak, and found the fighting already begun. But he would not confine himself in the citadel, where his men, crowded together, would hamper one another's movements, and he had not brought scaling ladders for an attempt on the walls. After giving orders for the baggage to be piled, he displayed his army in battle formation with the view of intimidating the enemy. Whilst ladders were being got ready and preparations made for an assault, he rode round the walls with his Numidians to see where an approach could best be made. As he was advancing towards the wall, one of those who happened to be close to him was struck by a missile from a scorpion, and, alarmed at the danger to which his men were exposed, he ordered the retreat to be sounded, and entrenched himself in a position far beyond the range of any missiles. The Roman fleet arrived from Messina sufficiently early in the day to allow of the whole force disembarking and entering the city before sunset. The next day the Carthaginians began the fighting from the citadel, whilst Hannibal advanced to the walls with the scaling ladders and all other apparatus in readiness for the assault. Suddenly a gate was flung open, and the Romans sallied out against him, the last thing he was expecting. In their sudden charge they killed as many as 200, and Hannibal, finding that the consul was commanding in person, retired the rest of his force to his camp. He sent word to those in the citadel that they must provide for their own safety. During the night he broke up his camp and departed, and the men in the citadel, after setting their quarters on fire in order to delay any pursuit by the confusion thus created, followed and overtook their main body with a speed which looked very much like flight. End of section 24. Section 25 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 29, Scipio in Africa, chapters 8 through 14. Chapter 8. When Scipio discovered that the citadel had been evacuated and the camp abandoned, he summoned the Locrians to an assembly, and bitterly reproached them for their defection. The authors of the revolt were executed, and their property assigned to the leaders of the other party as a reward for their exceptional loyalty to Rome. As regarded the political status of Locri, he said that he would make no change. They were to send representatives to Rome, and what the Senate thought right, that would be their fate. He added that he was quite sure that although they had behaved so badly to Rome, they would be better off under the Romans, incensed as they were against them, than under their friends, the Carthaginians. Leaving the detachment which had captured the citadel with Flaminius in command to protect the city, he returned with the troops he had brought to Messana. After their secession from Rome, the Locrians had met with such tyrannical and brutal treatment from the Carthaginians that they could have submitted to ordinary ill usage not only with patience, but almost with cheerfulness. But as a matter of fact, Flaminius so far surpassed Hamilcar, his soldiers so far surpassed the Carthaginians in criminality and greed, that they seemed to be rivaling one another in vice, not in courage. Nothing that can make the power of the strong hateful to the weak and defenseless was left undone by the general and his men in their conduct towards the townsmen. Unspeakable outrages were inflicted on their persons, their wives, and their children. Their rapacity did not shrink even from sacrilege. Not content with plundering the other temples, it is recorded that they laid hands on the treasury of Proserpine, which had always been undisturbed except by Pyrrhus, and even he restored the plunder, and made a costly offering to expiate his sacrilegious deed. As on that occasion the king's ships, tempest-tossed and shattered, brought to land nothing that was uninjured, except the sacred money of the goddess, so now by a disaster of a different kind, the same money drove all who were contaminated by the violation of her temple to such a pitch of frenzy that general was turned against general, and soldier against soldier in all the madness of mortal strife. Chapter 9. Flaminius was in supreme command, and he had with him the troops he had brought from Rhegium. The rest were under the military tribunes. One of his men was running off with a silver cup which he had stolen from a house, and the owners were running after him. He happened to meet Sergius and Matienus, the military tribunes, who ordered the cup to be taken from him. A dispute arose, angry shouts were raised, and at last a regular fight began between the soldiers of Flaminius and those of the military tribunes. As first one and then another ran up and joined his own side, the number and noise of the combatants went on increasing. Flaminius's party were worsted and ran to their commander with loud and angry shouts, showing him their wounds and blood-stained armor, and repeating the insulting language which had been used about him in the quarrel. He was furious, and rushing out of his house, summoned the tribunes before him, and ordered them to be stripped and the rods got ready. This took some time, for they struggled and appealed for help to their men, who, excited by their recent victory, ran up from all parts as though they had been summoned to arms to repel an attack. When they saw the persons of their tribunes actually outraged by the rods, they were kindled into ungovernable fury, and without the slightest respect for the majesty of office or even for humanity, they grossly maltreated the lictors, and then, having separated Flaminius from his men and hemmed him in, they slit his nose and ears and left him half dead. All this was reported to Scipio at Messana, and a few days later he came in a 6-banked galley to Locri, where he held a formal inquiry into the causes of the disturbance. Flaminius was acquitted and retained his post. The tribunes were declared to be guilty and thrown into chains, with a view to their being sent to Rome. Scipio then returned to Messana, and from there proceeded to Syracuse. Flaminius was beside himself with rage. He considered that Scipio had treated his wrongs far too lightly, and that the only man who could assess the penalty was the man who had suffered the outrage. The tribunes were dragged before him, and after undergoing every torture which the human body can endure, were put to death. Even then his cruelty was not satiated, and he ordered the bodies to be cast forth unburied. He exercised the same savage cruelty upon the leading citizens of Locri, who he learnt had gone to Scipio to complain of his misconduct. The shocking proofs he had already given of his lust and greed amongst the allies of Rome were now multiplied in his fury, and the shame and odium they created recoiled not only on him but on his commander-in-chief as well. Chapter 10. The Elections. The Mater Idea brought to Rome. The date of the elections was approaching when a dispatch was received from the consul Publius Licinius. In it he stated that both he and his army were suffering from serious illness, and they could not have held their position if the enemy had not been visited with equal or even greater severity. As, therefore, he could not himself come, he would, if the Senate approved, nominate Quintus Caecilius Metellus as dictator to conduct the elections. He suggested that it would be advisable in the public interest for Quintus Caecilius's army to be disbanded, as there was no immediate use for them now that Hannibal had gone into winter quarters, and the epidemic had attacked their camp with such violence that, unless they were soon disbanded, not a single man, judging from appearances, would survive. The Senate left it to the consul to take such steps as he thought most consistent with his duty to the Commonwealth. About this time, the citizens were much exercised by a religious question which had lately come up. Owing to the unusual number of showers of stones which had fallen during the year, an inspection had been made of the Sibylline books, and some oracular verses had been discovered which announced that whenever a foreign foe should carry war into Italy, he could be driven out and conquered if the Mater Idea were brought from Pessinus to Rome. The discovery of this prediction produced all the greater impression on the senators, because the deputation who had taken the gift to Delphi reported on their return that when they sacrificed to the Pythian Apollo, the indications presented by the victims were entirely favorable, and further that the response of the oracle was to the effect that a far grander victory was awaiting Rome than the one from whose spoils they had brought the gift to Delphi. They regarded the hopes thus raised as confirmed by the action of Scipio in demanding Africa as his province, as though he had a presentiment that this would bring the war to an end. In order, therefore, to secure all the sooner the victory which the fates, the omens, and the oracles alike foreshadowed, they began to think out the best way of transporting the goddess to Rome. Chapter 11. Up to that time, the Roman people had no allies amongst the communities in Asia. They had not forgotten, however, that when they were suffering from a serious epidemic, they had sent to fetch Aesculapius from Greece, though they had no treaty with that country. And now that King Attalus had formed a friendly league with them against their common enemy Philip, they hoped that he would do what he could in the interest of Rome. Accordingly, they decided to send a mission to him. Those selected for the purpose being Marcus Valerius Laevinus, who had been twice consul, and had also been in charge of the operations in Greece, Marcus Caecilius Metellus, an ex-praetor, Spurius Sulpicius Galba, formerly aedile, and two who had been quaestors, Gnaeus Tremelius Flaccus and Marcus Valerius Falto. It was arranged that they should sail with 5 kangareems, in order that they might present an appearance worthy of the people of Rome when they visited those states which were to be favorably impressed with the greatness of the Roman name. On their way to Asia, the commissioners landed at Delphi, and at once went to consult the oracle and ascertain what hopes it held out to them and their country of accomplishing their task. The response which they are said to have received was that they would attain their object through King Attalus, and when they had conveyed the goddess to Rome, they were to take care that the best and noblest men in Rome should accord her a fitting reception. They went on to the royal residence in Pergamum, and here the king gave them a friendly welcome, and conducted them to Pessinus in Phrygia. He then handed over to them the sacred stone, which the natives declared to be the mother of the gods, and bade them carry it to Rome. Marcus Valerius Valto was sent on in advance to announce that the goddess was on her way, and that the best and noblest man in Rome must be sought out to receive her with all due honor. The consul commanding in Bruttium nominated Quintus Caecilius Metellus as dictator to conduct the elections, and his army was disbanded. Lucius Veturius Philo was master of the horse. The new consuls were Marcus Cornelius Cethegus and Publius Sempronius Tuditanus. The latter was elected in his absence, as he was commanding in Greece. Then followed the election of praetors, those elected being Tiberius Claudius Nero, Marcus Marcius Ralla, Lucius Scribonius Libo, and Marcus Pomponius Matho. When the elections were over, the dictator resigned his office. The Roman games were celebrated 3 times, the plebeian games 7 times. The curial aediles were the 2 Cornelii, Gnaeus and Lucius. Lucius was in charge of the province of Spain. He was elected in his absence, and, though absent, discharged the duties of his office. Tiberius Claudius Ocellus and Marcus Junius Pennus were the plebeian aediles. The temple of Virtus near the Porta Capenna was dedicated by Marcus Marcellus this year. It had been vowed by his father at Clastidium in Gaul 17 years previously. Marcus Aemilius Regulus, Flamen of Mars, died this year. Chapter 12. Affairs in Greece. Little attention had been paid to affairs in Greece for the last 2 years. As a result, Philip, finding that the Aetolians had been abandoned by the Romans, to whom alone they looked for help, compelled them to sue for peace, and accept whatever terms he chose. Had he not devoted all his strength to secure this result as soon as possible, his operations against them would have been interrupted by the proconsul Publius Sempronius, who had succeeded Sulpicius and commanded a force of 10,000 infantry, 1,000 cavalry, and 35 ships of war, a considerable force to bring to the assistance of our allies. Hardly had the peace been concluded when news reached the king that the Romans were at Dyrrachium, and that the Partheni and neighboring tribes had risen and were besieging Dimallum. The Romans had diverted their force to this place, for as the Aetolians had concluded the treaty with the king without their consent, they showed their resentment by refusing the help which they were sent to give them. On receiving this intelligence, Philip, anxious to prevent the movement from spreading, hastened to Apollonia. Sempronius had withdrawn to this place, after sending Latorius with a portion of his force and 15 ships to Aetolia, to see how matters stood there, and, if possible, upset the peace. Philip ravaged the country round Apollonia, and brought his forces up to the city, in order to give the Romans an opportunity of fighting. As, however, he saw that they kept within their walls, and feeling doubtful as to his ability to attack the place, he withdrew into his kingdom. An additional motive for his retirement was his desire to establish peace with them, as he had with the Aetolians, or, if not peace at all events, a truce, and consequently he avoided irritating them by further hostilities. The Epirotes were by this time tired of the long-continued war, and after sounding the Romans, sent envoys to Philip with proposals for a general settlement, and assuring him that there was no doubt as to its being arranged if he would confer with Sempronius. The king was by no means averse from the proposal, and readily consented to visit Epirus. Phoenix, an important city in Epirus, was chosen as the place of meeting, and there the king, after a preliminary interview with Aeropus, Dardus and Philip, the chief magistrates of the Epirotes, met Sempronius. There were present at the conference Amenander, king of the Athemanians, as well as the chief magistrates of the Epirotes and Acarnanians. The Epirote magistrate, Philip, opened the discussion by appealing to the king and the Roman general to put a stop to the war out of consideration for the Epirotes. The conditions of peace, as stated by Sempronius, were that the Partheni, together with the towns of Dimallum, Bargulum, and Eugenium, should belong to Rome, and Atitania should be annexed by Macedon, if Philip obtained the sanction of the Senate to the arrangement. When the terms were settled, the king included Prusias, king of Bithynia, and also the Achaeos, the Boeotians, the Thessalians, the Acarnanians, and the Epirotes as parties to the agreement. The Romans on their side extended its provisions to the Ilienses, King Attalus, Pleuratus, Nabis, tyrant of the Lacedaemonians, the Eleans, the Messenians, and the Athenians. The clauses were then reduced to writing and duly sealed. A 2 months armistice was agreed upon to allow of envoys being sent to Rome to obtain from the assembly the ratification of the treaty. All the tribes voted for it. They were glad to be relieved for the time from the pressure of other wars, now that their efforts were directed towards Africa. After the conclusion of peace, Publius Sempronius left for Rome to take up the duties of his consulship. Chapter 13. Distribution of the commands. Publius Sempronius and Marcus Cornelius entered upon their consulship in the 15th year of the Punic War. To the latter was decreed the province of Etruria, with the standing army there. Sempronius received Bruttium, and had to enroll fresh troops. Of the praetors, Marcus Marcius took over the city jurisdiction. Lucius Scribonius Libo was charged with the jurisdiction over aliens, and also the administration of Gaul. Sicily fell to Marcus Pomponius Matho, and Sardinia to Tiberius Claudius Nero. Publius Scipio had his command extended for 12 months with the army and fleet which he already had. Publius Licinius was to remain in Bruttium with 2 legions, as long as the consul thought it advisable for him to retain his command there. Marcus Livius and Spurius Lucretius were also to retain the legions with which they had been protecting Gaul against Mago. Gnaeus Octavius was to hand over his legion and the command in Sardinia to Nero, and take charge of a fleet of 40 ships for the protection of the coast within the limits fixed by the Senate. The remains of the army of Cannae, amounting to 2 legions, were assigned to Marcus Pomponius, the praetor commanding in Sicily. Titus Quinctius was to hold Tarentum, and Gaius Hostilius Tubulus Capua, with the existing garrisons, both with the rank of propraetor. With regard to the command in Spain, it was left to the people to decide upon the 2 proconsuls who were to be sent into that province, and they were unanimous in retaining Lucius Cornelius Lentulus and Lucius Manlius Acidnus in command there. The consuls proceeded with the enlistment as ordered by the Senate, for the purpose of raising fresh legions for Bruttium, and bringing the other armies up to full strength. Chapter 14. The reception of the Mater Idea. Although Africa had not been officially placed among the provinces, the senators, I think, kept it secret to prevent the Carthaginians from getting information beforehand. The citizens fully expected that Africa would be the scene of hostilities this year, and that the end of the Punic War was not far off. In this state of excitement, men's minds were filled with superstition, and the ready credence given to announcement of portents increased their number. 2 suns were said to have been seen. There were intervals of daylight during the night. A meteor was seen to shoot from east to west. A gate at Terracina, and at Anagnia a gate, and several portions of the wall were struck by lightning. In the temple of Juno, Sospita at Lanuvium, a crash followed by a dreadful roar was heard. To expiate these portents, special intercessions were offered for a whole day, and in consequence of a shower of stones, a 9 days' solemnity of prayer and sacrifice was observed. The reception of Mater Idea was also being anxiously discussed. Marcus Valerius, the member of the deputation who had come in advance, had reported that she would be in Italy almost immediately, and a fresh messenger had brought word that she was already at Terracina. The attention of the Senate was engrossed by a very difficult question. They had to decide who was the best and noblest man in the state. Everyone felt that to gain this distinction would be for him a real victory, far outweighing any official position or honorable distinction which either patricians or plebeians could confer. Of all the great and good men in the state, they adjudged the best and noblest to be Publius Scipio, the son of the Gnaeus Scipio who had fallen in Spain, a young man not yet old enough to be quaestor. What special merits of his induced the Senate to come to this conclusion, I should have been glad to record for posterity, had the writers who lived nearest to those days handed them down. As it is, I will not obtrude my conjectures upon a matter hidden in the mists of antiquity. Publius Scipio was ordered to go to Ostia, accompanied by all the matrons, to meet the goddess. He was to receive her as she left the vessel, and when brought to land, he was to place her in the hands of the matrons, who were to bear her to her destination. As soon as the ship appeared off the mouth of the Tiber, he put out to sea in accordance with his instructions, received the goddess from the hands of her priestesses, and brought her to land. Here she was received by the foremost matrons of the city, amongst whom the name of Claudia Quinta stands out preeminently. According to the traditional account, her reputation had previously been doubtful, but this sacred function surrounded her with a halo of chastity in the eyes of posterity. The matrons, each taking their turn in bearing the sacred image, carried the goddess into the Temple of Victory on the Palatine. All the citizens flocked out to meet them. Censers in which incense was burning were placed before the doors in the streets through which she was borne, and from all lips arose the prayer that she would of her own free will and favor be pleased to enter Rome. The day on which this event took place was 12th April, and was observed as a festival. The people came in crowds to make their offerings to the deity. A lectisternium was held, and games were constituted, which were known afterwards as the Megalesian. End of section 25. Section 26 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 29, Scipio in Africa, chapters 15 through 21. Chapter 15, Penalties inflicted on the recalcitrant colonies. While steps were being taken to complete the drafts for the legions in the provinces, Some of the senators suggested that the time had come to deal with a state of things, which, however they might have put up with it at a time of critical emergency, was intolerable now that the goodness of the gods had removed their fears. Amid the close attention of the House, they stated that the 12 Latin colonies which refused to furnish soldiers when Quintus Fabius and Quintus Fulvius were our consuls have now for almost 6 years been enjoying an exemption from military service, as though an honorable distinction had been conferred upon them. In the meanwhile, our good and faithful allies have, as a reward for their fidelity and devotion, been completely exhausted by the levies which they have raised year after year. These words not only recalled to the memory of the Senate a fact which they had almost forgotten, but they called forth a strong feeling of resentment. Accordingly, they insisted on taking this as the first business before the House, and made the following decree. The consuls shall summon to Rome the chief magistrates and the 10 leading counselors of each of the offending colonies, namely Nepete, Sutrium, Ardea, Callus, Alba, Carcioli, Sora, Suessa, Setia, Circeii, Narnia, and Interamna. They shall order each colony to supply a contingent of infantry twice as numerous as the largest they have raised since the Carthaginians appeared in Italy, and 120 cavalry in addition. In case any colony cannot make up the required number of mounted men, they shall be allowed to substitute 3 foot soldiers for each horseman deficient. Both the cavalry and infantry are to be selected from the wealthiest citizens, and sent wherever reinforcements are required outside the limits of Italy. If any of them refuse to comply with this demand, we order that the magistrates and representatives of that colony be detained, and no audience of the Senate shall be granted until they have done what is required of them. In addition to these requirements, a property tax of 0.1% shall be imposed on those colonies, to be paid annually, and the assessment shall be made similarly to the one in force in Rome. The Roman censors are to supply the censors of the colonies with the necessary schedule of instructions, and the latter must bring their lists to Rome and verify their accuracy on oath before going out of office. In pursuance of this resolution of the Senate, the magistrates and chief counselors of those colonies were summoned to Rome. When the consuls ordered them to furnish the necessary supplies of men and money, they broke out into loud and angry remonstrances. It was impossible, they said, for so many soldiers to be raised. They would have the utmost difficulty in getting as many as they were bound to supply under the old conditions. They entreated that they might be allowed to appear and plead their cause before the Senate, and protested that they had done nothing to justify this ruinous treatment. Even if it meant death to them, no fault which they might have committed, no angry threats on the part of Rome, could make them raise more men than they possessed. The consuls were inflexible, and ordered the representatives to remain in Rome whilst the magistrates returned home to levy the men. They were told that unless the required number of men was brought to Rome, the Senate would grant them no audience. As there was no hope of approaching the Senate and begging for more favorable treatment, they proceeded with the enlistment throughout the 12 colonies, and it presented no difficulty owing to the increase in the number of men of military age through the long exemption. Chapter 16. Repayment of sums advanced to the state. Another matter which had been lost sight of for a similar length of time was brought up by Marcus Valerius Laevinus. It was only just and right, he said, that the sums which were contributed by private individuals in the year when he and Marcus Claudius were the consuls should at last be repaid. No one ought to be surprised that he was particularly anxious for the state to meet its obligations honorably, for, apart from the fact that it specially concerned the consul for that year, it was he himself who advocated these contributions at a time when the treasury was exhausted, and the plebeians were unable to pay their war tax. The senators were glad to be reminded of the incident, and the consuls were instructed to submit a resolution to the House. They made a decree that the loans should be repaid in 3 installments, the first immediately by the consuls then in office, the second and third by the consuls who should be in office in 2 and 4 years' time, respectively. The appeal of the Locrians. A subject was afterwards brought up which absorbed all other interests, namely the terrible state of things at Locri. Up to that time nothing had been heard of it, but since the arrival of the delegates it had become generally known. Deep resentment was felt at the criminal conduct of Flaminius, but still more at the partiality or the indifference shown by Scipio. The delegates from Locri, presenting a picture of grief and misery, approached the consuls, who were on their tribunals in the comitium, and holding out in Greek fashion olive branches as tokens of suppliance, prostrated themselves on the ground with tears and groans. In reply to the consul's inquiry as to who they were, they stated that they were Locrians, and that they had experienced at the hands of Flaminius and his Roman soldiers such treatment as the Roman people would not wish even the Carthaginians to undergo. They craved permission to appear before the Senate and unfold their tale of woe. Chapter 17. An audience was granted them, and the senior delegate addressed the Senate in the following terms: "Whatever importance, senators, you attach to our complaints must, I am well aware, depend very largely upon your knowing accurately the circumstances under which Locri was betrayed to Hannibal, and after the expulsion of his garrison was again brought under your suzerainty. For if our Senate and people were in no way responsible for the defection, and it can be shown that our return to your obedience was brought about not only with our full consent, but even by our own efforts and courage, then you will feel all the more indignation at such shameful outrages having been inflicted by your officer and soldiers upon good and faithful allies. I think, however, that we ought to put off for another time any explanation of our double change of sides, for 2 reasons. One is that the matter ought to be discussed when Publius Scipio is present, as he recaptured Locri and was an eyewitness to all our acts, both good and bad. And another reason is that, however bad we may be, we ought not to have suffered as we have done. We do not deny, senators, that when we had the Carthaginian garrison in our citadel, we had to submit to many acts of insolence and cruelty at the hands of Hamilcar and his Numidians and Africans. But what were they compared with what we are going through today? I pray, senators, that you will not take offense at what I am most reluctantly compelled to say. The whole world is waiting in feverish expectation to see whether you or the Carthaginians are to be the lords of the earth. If the choice between Roman and Punic supremacy depended upon the way in which the Carthaginians have treated us Locrians, as compared with what we are suffering today from your soldiers, there is not one of us who would not prefer their rule to yours. And yet, in spite of all this, see what our feeling towards you has been. When we were suffering comparatively slight injuries from the Carthaginians, we betook ourselves to your commander. Now that we are suffering from your troops injuries worse than any enemy would inflict, it is before you and no one else that we lay our complaint. If you, senators, do not show any regard for our misery, there is nothing left which we can pray for, even to the immortal gods themselves. Quintus Flaminius was sent with a body of troops to recover Locri from the Carthaginians, and was left with his troops in the city. In this, officer of yours, the extremity of misery gives me courage to speak freely. There is nothing human, except his face and appearance. There is no trace of the Roman, save in his garb and speech. He is a wild beast, a monster such as were fabled to haunt the waters which divide us from Sicily, to the destruction of navigators. If he were content with wreaking his own villainy and lust and rapacity upon your allies, we might fill up this one gulf, deep as it is, by patient endurance. But, as it is, he has been so eager to spread licentiousness and wickedness indiscriminately, that he has made every centurion and every private soldier into a Flaminius. They all alike rob, plunder, beat, wound, kill, outrage matrons, maidens, and boys torn from their parents' arms. Each day witnesses a fresh storm, a fresh sack of our city. Everywhere, day and night, it is echoing with the shrieks of women who are being seized and carried off. Anyone who knows what is going on might wonder how we are able to endure it all, or why they have not become weary of their crimes. I cannot go into details, nor is it worth your while to hear what each of us has suffered. I will give you a general description. There is not a single house in Locri, I venture to assert, not a single individual who has escaped ill treatment. There is no form of villainy or lust or rapacity which has not been practiced upon everyone who was a suitable victim. It is difficult to decide which is the worst misfortune for a city, to be captured by an enemy in war, or to be crushed by force and violence by a sanguinary tyrant. All the horrors which attend the capture of a city we have suffered, and are suffering to the utmost. All the tortures which ruthless and cruel tyrants inflict on their downtrodden subjects, Flaminius has inflicted on us, our children, and our wives. Chapter 18. There is one matter about which our religious instincts compel us to make a special complaint, and we should be glad if you would hear what has happened, and if you so decide, take steps to clear your state from the taint of sacrilege. We have seen with what pious care you not only worship your own gods, but even recognize those of other nations. Now there is in our city a shrine sacred to Proserpine, and I believe some rumors of the sanctity of that temple reached your ears during your war with Pyrrhus. On his return voyage from Sicily, he touched at Locri, and added to the atrocities which he had committed against us for our loyalty to you, by plundering the treasury of Proserpine, which up to that day had never been disturbed. He placed the money on board his fleet, and continued his journey overland. What happened, senators? The very next day his fleet was shattered by a terrible storm, and the ships which were carrying the sacred gold were all cast ashore on our coast. Taught by this great disaster that there are gods after all, the arrogant monarch gave orders for all the money to be collected and carried back to Proserpine's treasury. In spite of this, nothing ever prospered with him afterwards. He was driven out of Italy, and in a foolhardy attempt to enter Argos by night, he met with an ignoble and dishonorable death. Your commander and the military tribunes had heard of this incident, and of countless others which were related to them, not so much to increase the feeling of dread, as to give proofs of the direct and manifest power of the goddess, a power which we and our ancestors had often experienced. Notwithstanding this, they dared to lay sacrilegious hands on that inviolate treasure, and to attaint themselves and their houses and your soldiers with the guilt of their unhallowed plunder. We implore you, therefore, senators, by all you hold sacred, not to employ these men in any military service till you have expiated their crime, lest their sacrilege should be atoned for, not by their blood alone, but also by disaster to the commonwealth. Even now the wrath of the goddess is not slow to visit your officers and soldiers. Frequently have they already engaged in pitched battles, Flaminius leading the one side, the military tribunes the other. They have fought quite as furiously with one another as they ever fought with the Carthaginians, and in their frenzy would have given Hannibal an opportunity of recapturing Locri if we had not sent for Scipio. Do not suppose that whilst the guilt of sacrilege drove the soldiers mad, the goddess did not manifest her wrath by punishing the leaders. It is just here where she manifested it most clearly. The tribunes were beaten with rods by their superior officer. Afterwards he was caught unawares by them, and, in addition to being hacked all over, his nose and ears were sliced off, and he was left for dead. At length, recovering from his wounds, he placed the tribunes in irons, and then, after flogging them and subjecting them to all the tortures that are inflicted on slaves, he put them to death, and after they were dead, forbade them to be buried. In this way is the goddess inflicting retribution upon the despoilers of her temple, nor will she cease to vex them with every kind of madness until the sacred hoard has once more been deposited in the shrine. Once, when our ancestors were hard-pressed in the war with Croto, they decided, as the temple was outside the city walls, to carry the treasure into the city. A voice was heard at night proceeding from the shrine and uttering a warning, "Lay no hand upon it. The goddess will protect her temple." Deterred by religious fears from moving the treasure, they wanted to build a wall round the temple. After it had been carried up some distance, it suddenly collapsed. Often in the past has the goddess protected her temple and the seat of her presence, or else, as at the present time, she has exacted a heavy atonement from those who have violated it. But our wrongs she cannot avenge, nor can anyone but you, senators. It is your honor that we invoke, and your protection beneath which we seek shelter. To allow Locri to remain under that commander and those troops is, as far as we are concerned, the same as handing us over for punishment to all the rage of Hannibal and his Carthaginians. We do not ask you to accept what we say at once, in the absence of the accused, or without hearing his defense. Let him appear, let him hear the charges against him, and let him rebut them. If there be any single crime that one man can be guilty of towards another, which that man has failed to commit against us, then we are willing to go through all our sufferings, if it is in our power to do so, once more, and ready to pronounce him void of all offense towards gods and men. Chapter 19. At the close of the delegate's speech, Quintus Fabius inquired whether they had laid their complaints before Scipio. They stated in reply that they had sent a deputation to him, but he was fully occupied with his preparations for war, and had either sailed or was going to sail in a very few days for Africa. They had had proof of the high favor in which Flaminius stood with his commander-in-chief, for after investigating the circumstances which led to the dispute between him and the military tribunes, Scipio had thrown the tribunes into chains, and allowed his subordinate to retain his command, though he was equally or even more guilty. They were then ordered to withdraw, and in the discussion which followed, both Flaminius and Scipio were very severely handled by the leaders of the house, especially by Quintus Fabius. He declared that Scipio was born to destroy all military discipline. It was the same in Spain. More men had been lost there in mutiny than in battle. His conduct was that of some foreign tyrant, first indulging the license of the soldiers and then punishing them. Fabius closed his attack with the following drastic resolution: I move that Flaminius be brought to Rome to plead his cause in chains, and if the charges which the Locrians have brought against him are substantiated, that he be put to death in prison and his property confiscated. With regard to Publius Scipio, as he has left his province without orders, I move that he be recalled, and that it be referred to the tribunes of the plebes to bring in a bill before the assembly to relieve him of his command. As to the Locrians, I move that they be brought back into the house, and that we assure them in reply to their complaint that the Senate and the people alike disapprove of what has been done, and that we recognize them as good and trusty allies and friends. And further, that their wives and children and all that has been taken away from them be restored, and that all the money abstracted from Proserpine's treasury be collected, and double the amount put back. The question of expiation must be referred to the Pontifical College, who must decide what expiatory rites are to be observed, what deities are to be propitiated, and what victims are to be sacrificed in cases where sacred treasures have been violated. The soldiers at Locri must be transferred to Sicily, and 4 Latin cohorts sent to garrison the place. Owing to the heated debate between Scipio's supporters and opponents, the votes could not be collected that day. Not only had he to bear the odium of Flaminius's criminal brutality towards the Locrians, but the Roman commander was even taunted with his style of dress as being un-Roman and even unsoldierly. It was asserted that he walked about the gymnasium in a Greek mantle and Greek slippers, and spent his time amongst rhetoricians and athletes, and that the whole of his staff were enjoying the attractions of Syracuse and living a life of similar self-indulgence and effeminacy. They had completely lost sight of Hannibal and the Carthaginians. The entire army was demoralized and out of hand. Like the one formerly at Sucro, or the one now at Locri, they were more dreaded by their allies than by the enemy. Chapter 20. The Decision of the Senate. Though there was sufficient truth in these charges to give them an air of probability, Quintus Metellus carried the majority with him. Whilst agreeing with the rest of Fabius's speech, he dissented from what he said about Scipio. Scipio, he said, had only the other day been chosen by his fellow citizens, young as he was, to command the expedition, which was to recover Spain, and after he had recovered it, was elected consul to bring the Punic War to a close. All hopes were now centered in him as the man who was destined to subjugate Africa and rid Italy of Hannibal. How, he asked, could they with any propriety order him to be peremptorily recalled, like another Quintus Flaminius, without being heard in his defense? Especially when the Locrians admitted that the cruelties of which they complained took place at a time when Scipio was not even on the spot, and when nothing could be definitely brought against him, beyond undue leniency or shrinking from cruelty in sparing his subordinate officers. He moved a resolution that Marcus Pomponius, the praetor to whom Sicily had been allotted, should depart for his province in 3 days' time, that the consuls should select, at their discretion, 10 members of the Senate who would accompany the praetor, as well as 2 tribunes of the plebes and 1 of the aediles. With these as his assessors, he should conduct an investigation, and if the acts of which the Locrians complained should prove to have been done under the orders or with the consent of Scipio, they should order him to quit his province. If he had already landed in Africa, the tribunes and the aedile, with 2 of the 10 senators, whom the praetor considered fittest for the task, should proceed thither. The tribunes and the aedile to bring Scipio back, and the 2 senators to take command of the army until a fresh general arrived. If, on the other hand, Marcus Pomponius and his 10 assessors ascertained that what had been done was neither by the orders nor with the concurrence of Scipio, he was to retain his command and carry on the war as he proposed. This resolution proposed by Metellus was adopted by the Senate, and the tribunes of the plebs were asked to arrange which of them should accompany the praetor. The pontifical college was consulted as to the necessary expiations for the desecration and robbery of Proserpine's temple. The plebeian tribunes who accompanied the praetor were Marcus Claudius Marcellus and Marcus Cincius Alimentus. A plebeian aedile was assigned to them, so that in case Scipio refused to obey the praetor or had already landed in Africa, the tribunes might, by virtue of their sacrosanct authority, order the aedile to arrest him and bring him back with them. They decided to go to Locri first, and then on to Messana. Chapter 21. As to Flaminius, 2 stories are current. One is to the effect that when he heard of the decision arrived at in Rome, he started to go into exile at Naples, and on his way was met by Quintus Metellus, one of the 10 senators, who arrested him and brought him back to Rhegium. According to the other account, Scipio himself sent an officer with 30 men of highest rank amongst his cavalry, and threw Flaminius and the prime movers of the outbreak into chains. They were all handed over by Scipio's orders, or those of the officer, to the people of Rhegium for safekeeping. The praetor and the rest of the commission, on their arrival at Locri, made the religious question their first care, in accordance with their instructions. All the sacred money in the possession of Flaminius and his soldiers was collected together, and together with what they had brought with them was placed in the temple, and then expiatory sacrifices were offered. After this, the praetor summoned the troops to assembly, and issued an order of the day, threatening severe punishment to any soldier who stayed behind in the city or carried away anything that did not belong to him. He then ordered the standards to be borne outside the city, and fixed his camp in the open country. The Locrians were given full liberty to take whatever they recognized as their own property, and make a claim for whatever could not be found. Above all, he insisted upon the immediate restoration of all free persons to their homes. Anyone who neglected to restore them would be very severely punished. The praetor's next business was to convene an assembly of the Locrians, and here he announced that the Senate and people of Rome gave them back their constitution and their laws. Whoever wished to prosecute Flaminius or anyone else was to follow the praetor to Rhegium. If their government wished to charge Scipio with either ordering or approving of the crimes against gods and men which had been perpetrated in Locri, they were to send representatives to Messana, where, with the aid of his assessors, he should hold an inquiry. The Locrians expressed their gratitude to the praetor and the other members of the commission, and to the Senate and people of Rome. They announced their intention of prosecuting Flaminius, but as to Scipio, Though he had not been much troubled about the injuries inflicted on their city, they would rather have him their friend than their enemy. They were quite convinced that it was neither by the orders nor with the approval of Publius Scipio that such infamous crimes were committed. His fault was that he either reposed too much confidence in Flaminius or felt too much distrust in the Locrians. Some men are so constituted that whilst they would not have crimes committed, they lack the resolution to inflict punishment when they have been committed. The praetor and his council were greatly relieved at not having to call Scipio to account. Flaminius and 32 others they found guilty, and sent them in chains to Rome. The commission then went to Scipio to find out by personal observation whether there was any truth in the common rumors about Scipio's style of dress and love of pleasure, in order to be able to report to Rome. End of section 26. Section 27 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 29, Scipio in Africa, chapters 22 through 30. Chapter 22. Whilst they were on their way to Syracuse, Scipio prepared to justify himself, not by words but by acts. He gave orders for the whole of the army to muster at Syracuse, and the fleet to be prepared for action, as though he had to engage the Carthaginians that day, both by land and sea. When the commission had landed, he received them courteously, and the following day he invited them to watch the maneuvers of his land and sea forces, the troops performing their evolutions as in battle, whilst the ships in the harbor engaged in a sham sea fight. Then the praetor and the commissioners were taken for a tour of inspection round the arsenals and magazines and the other preparations for war, and the impression made by the whole and by each separate detail was such as to convince them that if that general and that army could not conquer Carthage, no one ever could. They bade him sail for Africa with the blessing of heaven, and fulfill as speedily as possible the hopes and expectations in which the centuries had unanimously chosen him as their consul. They left in such joyous spirits that they seemed to be taking back the announcement of a victory, and not simply reporting the magnificent preparations for war. Flaminius and his fellow criminals were thrown into prison as soon as they reached Rome. When they were first brought before the people by the tribunes, the minds of all were too full of the sufferings of the Locrians to leave any room for pity. But after they had been brought forward several times, the feeling against them became gradually less embittered. The mutilation which Flaminius had suffered, and the thought of the absent Scipio, who had befriended him, disposed the populace in his favor. However, before the trial was over, he died in prison. Claudius Licinius, in the 3rd book of his Roman history, says that Flaminius bribed some men to set fire to various parts of the city during the games which Scipio Africanus was celebrating, in fulfillment of a vow during his 2nd consulship, to give him an opportunity of breaking out of jail and making his escape. The plot was discovered, and he was, by order of the Senate, consigned to the Tullianum. No proceedings took place with regard to Scipio, except in the Senate, where all the commissioners and the tribunes spoke in such glowing terms of the general and his fleet and army that the Senate resolved that an expedition should start for Africa as soon as possible. They gave Scipio permission to select from the armies in Sicily what troops he would like to take with him, and what he would leave in occupation of the island. Chapter 23. Syphax and Scipio. During these occurrences in Rome, the Carthaginians had established lookout stations on all the headlands and waited anxiously for the news which each successive courier brought. The whole winter was passed in a state of alarm. They formed an alliance with King Syphax, a step which they considered would materially aid in protecting Africa against invasion, for it was in reliance upon his cooperation that the Roman general would attempt a landing. Hasdrubal Gisco had, as we have already mentioned, formed ties of hospitality with the king, when, on his departure from Spain, he met Scipio at his court. There was some talk of a closer connection through the king's marriage with Hasdrubal's daughter, and with a view to realizing this project and fixing a day for the nuptials, for the girl was of a marriageable age, Hasdrubal paid Syphax a visit. When he saw that the prince was passionately desirous of the match, the Numidians are of all barbarians the most ardent lovers, he sent for the maiden from Carthage and hastened on the wedding. The gratification felt at the match was heightened by the action of the king in strengthening his domestic tie with Carthage by a political alliance. A treaty was drawn up and ratified on oath between Carthage and the king, in which the contracting parties bound themselves to have the same friends and the same enemies. Hasdrubal, however, had not forgotten the treaty which Scipio had formed with Syphax, nor the capricious and fickle character of the barbarians with whom he had to deal. And his great fear was that if once Scipio landed in Africa, this marriage would prove a very slight restraint upon the king. So whilst the king was in the first transports of passion and obedient to the persuasive endearments of his bride, he seized the opportunity of inducing Syphax to send envoys to Scipio, advising Scipio not to sail to Africa on the faith of his former promises, as he was now connected with a Carthaginian family through his marriage with Hasdrubal's daughter. Scipio would remember meeting her father at his court. They were to inform Scipio that he had also made a formal alliance with Carthage, and it was his wish that the Romans should conduct their operations against Carthage at a distance from Africa, as they had hitherto done. Otherwise he might be involved in the dispute, and compelled to support one side and abandon his alliance with the other. If Scipio refused to keep clear of Africa, and led his army against Carthage, Syphax would feel himself under the necessity of fighting in defense of the land of his birth, and in defense of his wife's native city, and her father, and her home. Chapter 24. Scipio invades Africa. Furnished with these instructions, the king's envoys repaired to Syracuse to interview Scipio. He recognized that he was deprived of the valuable support which he had hoped for in his African campaign, but he decided to send the envoys back at once, before their mission became generally known. He gave them a letter for the king, in which he reminded him of the personal ties between them, and the alliance he had formed with Rome, and solemnly warned him against breaking those ties, or violating the solemn engagements he had undertaken, and so offending the gods, who had witnessed and would avenge them. The visit of the Numidians could not, however, be kept secret, for they strolled about the city and were seen at headquarters, and there was a danger of the real object of their visit becoming all the more widely known through the efforts made to conceal it, and of the army being discouraged at the prospect of having to fight the king and the Carthaginians at the same time. To prevent this, Scipio determined to keep them from the truth by preoccupying their minds with falsehood. The troops were summoned to assembly, and Scipio told them that there must be no further delay. The friendly princes were urging him to start for Africa as soon as possible. Massinissa himself had already gone to Laelius to complain of the way in which time was being wasted. And now Syphax had sent envoys to express his surprise at the delay, and to demand that the army should be sent to Africa, or, if there was a change of plan, that he should be informed of it, in order that he might take measures to safeguard himself and his kingdom. As therefore all the preparations were completed, and circumstances did not admit of any further delay, it was his intention to order the fleet to Lilybaeum, to muster the whole of his infantry and cavalry there, and on the very first day, which promised a favorable voyage, set sail, with the blessing of heaven, for Africa. He then wrote to Marcus Pomponius, requesting him, if he thought it advisable, to come to Lilybaeum, that they might consult together as to what legions should be selected, and what ought to be the total strength of the invading force. Orders were also sent all round the coast for every transport vessel to be requisitioned and brought to Lilybaeum. When the whole of the military and naval forces in Sicily were assembled there, the town could not afford accommodation for all the men, nor could the harbor hold all the ships. And such enthusiasm prevailed in all ranks that it seemed as though instead of marching to war, they were to reap the fruits of a victory already won. This was particularly the case with the survivors of Cannae, who felt quite certain that under no other leader would they be able to do such service for the Commonwealth as would put an end to their ignominious condition. Scipio was far from despising these men. He was quite aware that the defeat at Cannae was not brought about by any cowardice on their part, and he knew too that there were no soldiers in the Roman army who had had such a long experience in every kind of fighting, and in the conduct of sieges. They formed the 5th and 6th legions. After announcing to them that he would take them with him to Africa, he inspected them man by man, and those whom he did not consider suitable he left behind, replacing them from the men whom he had brought from Italy. In this way he brought up the strength of each legion to 6,200 men and 300 cavalry. He selected the Latin contingent also, both horse and foot, out of the army of Cannae. Chapter 25. As to the number of troops put on board, there is considerable divergence among the authorities. I find that some state it to have amounted to 10,000 infantry and 2,200 cavalry. Others give 16,000 infantry and 1,600 cavalry. Others again double this estimate, and put the total of infantry and cavalry at 35,000 men. Some writers give no definite number, and in a matter so uncertain, I prefer to include myself amongst them. Coelius declines, it is true, to give any definite number, but he exaggerates to such an extent as to give the impression of a countless multitude. The very birds, he says, fell to the ground, stunned by the shouting of the soldiers, and such a mighty host embarked that it seemed as though there was not a single man left in either Italy or Sicily. To avoid confusion, Scipio personally superintended the embarkation. Gaius Laelius, who was in command of the fleet, had previously sent all the seamen to their posts and kept them there while the soldiers went on board. The praetor Marcus Pomponius was responsible for the shipping of the stores. 45 days' provisions, including 15 days' supply of cooked food, were put on board. When all were now on board, boats were sent round to take off the pilots and captains, and 2 men from each ship, who were to assemble in the forum and receive their orders. When all were present, his first inquiry was as to the supply of water for the men and horses, whether they had put on board sufficient to last as long as the corn. They assured him that there was water in the ships sufficient to last for 45 days. He then impressed upon the soldiers the necessity of keeping quiet and maintaining discipline, and not interfering with the sailors in the discharge of their duties. He further informed them that he and Lucius Scipio would command the right division of 20 ships of war, whilst Gaius Laelius, prefect of the fleet, in conjunction with Marcus Porcius Cato, who was quaestor at the time, would be in charge of the left line containing the same number, and would protect the transports. The warships would show single lights at night. The transports would have 2, while the commander's ship would be distinguished by 3 lights. He gave the pilots instructions to make for Emporia. This was an extremely fertile district, and supplies of all kinds were to be found there in abundance. The natives, as usually happens in a fruitful country, were unwarlike, and would probably be overpowered before assistance could reach them from Carthage. After issuing these orders, he dismissed them to their ships, and on the morrow, at the given signal, they were, with the blessing of heaven, to set sail. Chapter 26. Many Roman fleets had put out from Sicily, and from that very port, but not even during the first Punic War. In the present war, the majority were simply raiding expeditions, had any afforded a more striking picture at its departure. And yet, if you only take into account the number of vessels, it must be remembered that 2 consuls with their respective armies had left that port on a previous occasion, and the warships in their fleets were almost as numerous as the transports with which Scipio was now making his passage. For in addition to the 40 ships of war, he was carrying his army in 400 transports. Several causes conspired to invest the occasion with unique interest. The Romans regarded the present war as a more serious one than the former, because it was going on in Italy, and had involved the destruction of so many armies with their generals. Scipio again had become the most popular general of his time for his gallant deeds of arms, and his unvarying good fortune had immensely raised his reputation as a soldier. His design of invading Africa had never before been attempted by any commander, and it was generally believed that he would succeed in drawing Hannibal away from Italy and finish the war on African soil. A vast crowd of spectators had gathered in the harbor. Besides the population of Lilybaeum, all the deputations from the different cities in the island who had come to pay their respects to Scipio, as well as those who had accompanied Marcus Pomponius, the governor of the province, were present. The legions which were to remain in Sicily also marched down to bid their comrades Godspeed, and the throng which crowded the harbor was as grand a spectacle to those afloat as the fleet itself was to those ashore. Chapter 27. When the moment for departure came, Scipio ordered the herald to proclaim silence throughout the fleet, and put up the following prayer. Ye gods and goddesses of sea and land, I pray and beseech you to vouchsafe a favorable issue to all that has been done, or is being done now, or will be done hereafter under my command. May all turn out happily for the burghers and plebes of Rome, for our allies of the Latin name, for all who have the cause of Rome at heart, and for all who are marching beneath my standard, under my auspices and command, by land or sea or stream. Grant us your gracious help in all our doings. Crown our efforts with success. Bring these my soldiers and myself safe home again, victorious over our conquered foes, adorned with their spoils, loaded with booty, and exulting in triumph. Enable us to avenge ourselves on our enemies, and grant to the people of Rome and to me the power to inflict exemplary chastisement on the city of Carthage, and to retaliate upon her all the injury that her people have sought to do to us. As he finished, he threw the raw entrails of the victim into the sea with the accustomed ritual. Then he ordered the trumpeter to sound the signal for departure, and as the wind, which was favorable to them, freshened, they were quickly carried out of sight. In the afternoon they were enveloped in so thick a fog that they had difficulty in keeping their ships from fouling one another, and as they got out to sea, the wind dropped. During the night a similar fog prevailed, which dispersed after sunrise, and at the same the wind freshened. At last they descried land, and a few minutes later the pilot informed Scipio that they were not more than 5 miles from the coast of Africa, and that the headland of Mercurius was plainly visible. If he would give orders for him to steer for it, the man assured him, the whole of the fleet would soon be in port. When he caught sight of land, Scipio offered a prayer that this first view of Africa might bring good to himself and to the Republic. He then gave orders for the fleet to make for an anchorage further south. They went before the wind, which was still in the same quarter, but a fog which came up about the same time as on the day before blotted out the view of the land and made the wind fall. As night came on, everything became obscure, and to avoid all risk of the ships coming into collision or being driven ashore, it was decided to cast anchor. When it grew light, the wind again freshened from the same quarter, and the dispersal of the fog revealed the entire coastline of Africa. Scipio inquired the name of the nearest headland, and on learning that it was called Pulchrum, Cape Beautiful, he remarked, "I accept the omen, steer for it." The fleet brought up there, and the whole of the force was landed. This description of the voyage as favorable and unaccompanied by any confusion or alarms rests upon the statements of numerous Greek and Latin authorities. According to Coelius, though the fleet was not actually submerged by the waves, it was exposed to every possible danger from sea and sky, and was at last driven from the African coast to the island of Agamurus, and from here, with great difficulty, succeeded in getting on the right course. He adds that as the ships were leaking badly and all but sinking, the soldiers took to the boats without orders, just as though they were shipwrecked and escaped to land without arms, and in the utmost disorder. Chapter 28. The situation in Carthage. When the disembarkation was completed, the Romans measured out a site for their camp on some rising ground close by. The sight of a hostile fleet, followed by the bustle and excitement of the landing, created consternation and alarm, not only in the fields and farms on the coast, but in the cities as well. Not only were the roads filled everywhere by crowds of men and troops of women and children, but the peasantry were driving their livestock inland, so that you would say that Africa was being suddenly depopulated. The terror which these fugitives created in the cities was greater even than what they themselves felt, especially in Carthage, where the confusion was almost as great as if it had been actually captured. Since the days of the consuls Marcus Attilius Regulus and Lucius Manlius, almost 50 years ago, they had never seen a Roman army other than those employed on raiding expeditions, who picked up what they could in the fields and always got back to their ships before the countrymen could assemble together to meet them. This made the excitement and alarm in the city all the greater. And no wonder, for there was neither an effective army nor a general whom they could oppose to Scipio. Hasdrubal, the son of Gisco, was by far the most prominent man in the state, distinguished alike by his birth, his military reputation, and his wealth, and now by his connection with royalty. But the Carthaginians had not forgotten that he had been defeated and routed in several battles by this very Scipio, and that as a general he was no more a match for him than the irregular levies which made up his force were a match for the army of Rome. There was a general call to arms, as though they were anticipating an immediate assault. The gates were hastily closed, troops stationed on the walls, outposts and sentinels posted, and the night was passed under arms. The next day a body of cavalry, 1,000 strong, who had been sent down to the sea to reconnoiter and harass the Romans during the disembarkation, came upon the Roman outposts. Scipio, meanwhile, after sending the fleet to Utica, had advanced a short distance from the shore, and seized the nearest heights, where he stationed some of his cavalry as outposts. The rest he sent to plunder the fields. Chapter 29. In the skirmish which ensued, the Romans killed some of the enemy in the actual fighting, but the greater number were slain in the pursuit, amongst them the young Hanno, who was in command. Scipio ravaged the surrounding fields, and captured a fairly opulent city in the immediate neighborhood. In addition to the plunder, which was at once put on board the transports and sent to Sicily, he made prisoners of some 8,000 men, freemen, and slaves. What cheered the whole army most of all at the outset of their campaign was the arrival of Massinissa, who, according to some writers, was accompanied by a mounted force of 200 men. Most authorities, however, assert that it numbered 2,000. Massinissa. As this monarch was by far the greatest of his contemporaries, and rendered most important service to Rome, it may be worthwhile to digress from the order of our narrative, and give a brief account of the various fortunes he experienced in the loss and subsequent recovery of the throne of his ancestors. Whilst he was fighting for the Carthaginians in Spain, his father Galla died. In accordance with the Numidian custom, the crown passed to the late king's brother Ozalces, a man advanced in years. He died not long afterwards, and the elder of his 2 sons, Capusa, the other was quite a boy, succeeded to the throne. But as he wore the crown by right of descent, rather than through any influence or authority he possessed with his subjects, a certain Mazatulus prepared to dispute his claim. This man was also of royal blood, and belonged to a family which had always been foes to the reigning house, and had kept up a constant struggle with varying fortunes against the occupants of the throne. He succeeded in rousing his countrymen, over whom, owing to the king's unpopularity, he had considerable influence, and taking the field against him, compelled him to fight for his crown. Capuzza fell in the action, together with many of his principal supporters. The whole of the Masulian tribe submitted to Mazzatulus. He would not, however, accept the title of king. This he bestowed on the boy Lacomazes, the sole survivor of the royal house, and contented himself with the modest title of protector. With a view to an alliance with Carthage, he married a Carthaginian lady of noble birth, a niece of Hannibal's and widow of Ozalces. He also sent envoys to Syphax and renewed the old ties of hospitality with him, thus securing on all sides support for the coming struggle with Massinissa. Chapter 30. On hearing of his uncle's death, followed by that of his cousin, Massinissa left Spain for Mauritania. Baga was king at the time, and Massinissa, by his earnest and humble entreaties, obtained from him a force of 4,000 Moors to serve as an escort, as he could not induce him to supply enough for warlike operations. With this escort he reached the frontiers of Numidia, having sent messengers in advance to his father's friends and his own. Here about 500 Numidians joined him, and, as had been arranged, his escort of Moors returned to their king. His adherents were fewer than he expected, too few in fact, with which to venture on so great an enterprise. Thinking, however, that by active personal effort he might collect a force which would enable him to achieve something, he advanced to Thapsus, where he met Lacomazes, who was on his way to Syphax. The king's escort retreated hurriedly into the town, and Massinissa captured the place at the first assault. Some of the royal troops surrendered. Others who offered resistance were killed, but the great majority escaped with their boy king in the confusion and continued their journey to Syphax. The news of this initial success, slight though it was, brought the Numidians over to Massinissa, and from the fields and hamlets on all sides the old soldiers of Gala flocked to his standard and urged the young leader to win back his ancestral throne. Mazzatulus had considerably the advantage in point of numbers. He had the army with which he had defeated Capuzza, as well as some of the troops who had gone over to him after the king's death, and Lacomazes had brought very large reinforcements from Syphax. His total force amounted to 15,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry. But though so inferior in both arms, Massinissa engaged him. The courage of the veterans and the skill of their commander, trained as he had been in the wars in Spain, carried the day. The king and the protector, with a mere handful of Massulians, escaped into Carthaginian territory. Thus Massinissa won back the throne of his ancestors. As he saw, however, that a much more serious contest awaited him with Syphax, he thought it best to effect a reconciliation with his cousin, and sent to the boy to assure him that if he would place himself in Massinissa's hands, he would experience the same honorable treatment that Ozalces received from Gala. He also pledged his word to Mazzatulus that he should not suffer for what he had done, and more than that all his property should be restored to him. Both Lacomazes and Mazzatulus preferred a moderate share of fortune at home to a life of exile, and in spite of all the efforts of the Carthaginians, went over to Massinissa. End of section 27. Section 28 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 28. Scipio in Africa, chapters 31 through 38. Chapter 31. Hasdrubal happened to be on a visit to Syphax at the time. The Numidian did not consider it a matter of much importance to him whether the Messulian throne was occupied by Lacomeses or Massinissa, but Hasdrubal warned him that he was making a very great mistake if he supposed that Massinissa would be content with the same frontiers as his father Gela. That man, he said, possessed much more ability and much more force of character than any one of that nation had hitherto shown. In Spain he had often exhibited to friends and foes alike proofs of a courage rare amongst men. Unless Syphax and the Carthaginians stifled that rising flame, they would soon be involved in a conflagration which nothing could check. As yet his power was weak and insecure. He was nursing a realm whose wounds had not yet closed. By continually urging these considerations, Hasdrubal persuaded him to move his army up to the frontiers of Messulia, and fix his camp on territory which he claimed as beyond question forming part of his dominions, a claim which Gela had contested not only by argument but by force of arms. He advised him, in case anyone offered opposition, and he only wished they would, to be prepared to fight. If they for fear of him retired, he must advance into the heart of the kingdom. The Messulii would either submit to him without a struggle, or they would find themselves hopelessly outmatched in arms. Encouraged by these representations, Syphax commenced war with Massinissa, and in the very first battle defeated and routed the Messulians. Massinissa, with a few horsemen, escaped from the field and fled to a mountain range called by the natives Belum. Several households with their tent wagons and cattle, their sole wealth, followed the king. The bulk of the population submitted to Syphax. The mountain district which the fugitives had taken possession of was grassy and well watered, and as it afforded excellent pasturage for cattle, it provided ample sustenance for men who lived on flesh and milk. From these heights they harried the whole country round, at first in stealthy nocturnal incursions, and afterwards in open brigandage. They ravaged the Carthaginian territory mainly because it offered more plunder and depredation, was a safer work there than amongst the Numidians. At last they reached such a pitch of audacity that they carried their plunder down to the sea and sold it to traders, who brought their ships up for the purpose. More Carthaginians fell or were made prisoners in these forays than often happens in regular warfare. The authorities at Carthage complained loudly of all this to Syphax, and pressed him to follow up these remnants of the war. Angry as he was, however, he hardly thought it part of his duties as a king to hunt down a robber at large on the mountains. Chapter 32. Bankar, one of the king's officers, a keen and energetic soldier, was selected for the task. He was supplied with 4,000 infantry and 200 horsemen, and he had a good prospect of gaining rewards if he brought back Massinissa's head, or what would afford measureless gratification, captured him alive. Making a surprise attack on the plunderers when they were suspecting no danger, he cut off an enormous number of men and cattle from their armed escort, and drove Massinissa himself with a few followers up to the summit of the mountain. He now regarded serious hostilities as at an end, and after dispatching his capture of men and cattle to the king, sent back also the bulk of his troops, whom he considered unnecessary for what remained of the fighting, retaining only 500 infantry and 200 mounted men. With these he hastened in pursuit of Massinissa, who had left the heights, and, catching him in a narrow valley, he blocked both entrances and inflicted a very severe loss on the Maesulii. Massinissa, with not more than 50 troopers, got away through steep mountain tracks unknown to his pursuers. Bankar, however, kept on his track and overtook him in the open country near Clupea, where he surrounded him so completely that the whole party were killed, with the exception of 4, who, with Massinissa, himself wounded, slipped out of his hands during the fray. Their flight was observed, and the cavalry were sent in pursuit. They spread over the plain, some making a short-cut to head off the 5 fugitives, whose flight brought them to a large river. Dreading the enemy more than the river, they spurred their horses without a moment's hesitation into the water, and the rapid current carried them downstream. 2 were drowned before their pursuers' eyes, and it was believed that Massinissa had perished. He, however, with the 2 survivors, landed amongst the bush on the other side. This was the end of Bankar's pursuit, as he would not venture into the river, and did not believe that there was anyone now left for him to follow. He returned to the king with the baseless story of Massinissa's death, and messengers were sent to carry the good news to Carthage. The report soon spread throughout Africa, and affected men's minds in very different ways. Massinissa was resting in a secret cave and treating his wound with herbs, and for some days kept himself alive on what his 2 troopers brought in from their forays. As soon as his wound was sufficiently healed to allow him to bear the movements of the horse, he started with extraordinary boldness on a fresh attempt to recover his kingdom. During his journey he did not collect more than 40 horsemen, but when he reached the Maesulii and made his identity known, his appearance created intense excitement. His former popularity and the unhoped-for delight of seeing him safe and sound after they had believed him dead had such an effect that in a few days 6,000 infantry and 4,000 cavalry had gathered round his standard. He was now in possession of his kingdom, and began to devastate the tribes who were friendly to Carthage, and the territory of the Maesulii, which formed part of the dominions of Syphax. Having thus provoked Syphax into hostilities, Massinissa took up a position on some mountain heights between Sirto and Hippo, a situation which was every way advantageous. Chapter 33. Syphax looked upon this struggle as too serious a one to be entrusted to his lieutenants. He placed 1 division of his army under his son Vermina, with instructions to march round the back of the mountain and attack the enemy in the rear, while he himself occupied his attention in front. Vermina started in the night, as he was to fall on the enemy unawares. Syphax broke camp and marched out in broad daylight with the obvious intention of giving regular battle. When sufficient time had elapsed for Vermina to reach his objective, Syphax led his men over a part of the mountain which afforded a gentle slope, and made straight for the enemy, trusting to his superiority in numbers and the success of the attack in the rear. Massinissa prepared to meet the attack with confidence, owing to his vastly superior position. The battle was fiercely, and for a long time evenly contested. Massinissa had the advantage of the ground and finer soldiers, Syphax that of great superiority in numbers. His masses of men, which had been formed into 2 divisions, one pressing the enemy in front, the other surrounding his rear, gave Syphax a decisive victory. Flight was impossible, as they were hemmed in on both sides, and almost the whole force of infantry and cavalry were killed or made prisoners. Some 200 horsemen had gathered as a bodyguard round Massinissa, and he divided them into 3 troops, with orders to cut their way through at different points, and after they had got clear away, to rejoin him at a spot he named. He himself charged through the enemy, and escaped in the direction he intended, but 2 of the troops found escape impossible. One surrendered, the other, after an obstinate resistance, was buried beneath the enemy's missiles. Massinissa found Vermina almost at his heels, but by continually doubling first to one side and then to the other, he eluded his pursuit, until at last he forced him to abandon the exhausting and hopeless chase. Accompanied by 60 troopers, he reached the Lesser Syrtis. Here, in the proud consciousness of his many heroic efforts to recover his father's throne, he passed his time between the Carthaginian Emporia and the tribe of the Garamantes, until the appearance of Scipio and the Roman fleet in Africa. This leads me to believe that when Massinissa came to Scipio, it was with a small rather than with a large body of troops. The former would be much more suitable to the fortunes of an exile, the latter to those of a reigning prince. Chapter 34. Scipio's Movements. After the loss of their cavalry corps and its commander, the Carthaginians raised a fresh force, which they placed under Hamilcar's son Hanno. They had sent repeated messages to both Hasdrubal and Syphax, and at last sent a special embassy to each of them, appealing to Hasdrubal to succor his native city, which was all but invested, and imploring Syphax to come to the aid of Carthage, and indeed of the whole of Africa. Scipio at the time was encamped about a mile from Utica, having moved up from the coast, where for a few days he had occupied an entrenched position close to his fleet. The mounted troops which had been supplied to Hanno were by no means strong enough to harass the enemy, or even to protect the country from his depredations, and his first and most pressing task was to increase its strength. Though he did not reject recruits from other tribes, his levy consisted mainly of Numidians, by far the finest cavalry in Africa. When he had brought his corps up to about 4,000 men, he took possession of a town called Saleca, about 15 miles from the Roman camp. This was reported to Scipio, and he exclaimed, "What? Cavalry in houses in the summer? Let there be more of them as long as they have such a leader." Realizing that the less energy the enemy showed, the less hesitation ought he himself to show, he instructed Massinissa and his cavalry to ride up to the enemy's quarters and draw them into action. When their whole force was engaged and he was being outnumbered, he was to retire slowly, and when the moment arrived, Scipio would come to his support. The Roman general waited until Massinissa had had sufficient time to draw the enemy, and then followed with his cavalry, his approach being concealed by some low hills which fortunately flanked his route. Massinissa, in accordance with his instructions, rode right up to the gates, and when the enemy appeared, retired as though afraid to meet him. This simulated fear made the enemy all the more confident, until he was tempted into a rash pursuit. The Carthaginians had not yet all emerged from the city, and their general had more than enough to do in forcing some who were heavy with wine and sleep to seize their weapons and bridle their horses, and preventing others from rushing out of the gates in scattered disorder, with no attempt at formation, and even without their standards. The first who incautiously galloped out fell into Massinisa's hands, but they soon poured out in a compact body and in greater numbers, and the fighting became more equal. At last, when the whole of the Carthaginian cavalry were in the field, Massinissa could not longer bear the weight of their attack. His men did not, however, take to flight, but retired slowly before the enemy's charges, until their commander had brought them as far as the rising ground which concealed the Roman cavalry. Then these latter charged from behind the hill, horses and men alike fresh, and threw themselves in front and flank and rear upon Hanno and his Africans, who were tired out with the fight and the pursuit. Massinissa, at the same time, wheeled round and recommenced fighting. About 1,000 who were in the front ranks, unable to effect a retreat, were surrounded and killed, amongst them Hanno himself. The rest, appalled at their leader's death, fled precipitately, and were pursued by the victors for more than 30 miles. As many as 2,000 were either killed or made prisoners, and it is pretty certain that amongst them there were not less than 200 Carthaginians, including some of their wealthiest and noblest families. Chapter 35. On the very day on which this action was fought, it happened that the ships which had carried the plunder to Sicily returned with supplies, as though they had divined that they would have to carry back a second cargo of spoils of war. Not all the authorities state that 2 Carthaginian generals of the same name were killed in 2 separate actions. They were afraid, I think, of being misled into repeating the same incident twice over. Coelius, at all events, and Valerius tell us that Hanno was taken prisoner. Scipio distributed amongst the cavalry and their officers rewards proportioned to the service each had rendered. Massinissa was distinguished above the rest by some splendid presents. After placing a strong garrison in Sulaca, he continued his advance with the rest of his army, and not only stripped the fields along his line of march, but captured various towns and villages as well, spreading terror far and wide. After a week's marching, he returned to camp with a long train of men and cattle, and all sorts of booty, and the ships were sent off for the second time, heavily loaded with the spoils of war. He now abandoned his plundering expeditions and devoted all his strength to an attack on Utica, intending, if he took it, to make that the base of his future operations. His naval contingent was employed against the side of the city which faced the sea, while his land army operated from some rising ground which commanded the walls. Some artillery and siege engines he had brought with him, and some had been sent with the supplies from Sicily. New ones were also being constructed in an arsenal, where a large number of artisans trained in this work were assembled. Under the pressure of such a vigorous investment, all the hopes of the people of Utica rested on Carthage, and all the hopes of the Carthaginians rested on Hasdrubal, and on whatever assistance he could obtain from Syphax. In their anxiety for relief, everything seemed to be moving too slowly. Hasdrubal had been doing his utmost to obtain troops, and had actually assembled a force of 30,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry, but he did not venture to move nearer the enemy till Syphax joined him. He came with 50,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry, and with their united forces they at once advanced from Carthage, and took up a position not far from Utica and the Roman lines. Their approach led to one important result at least. After prosecuting the siege of Utica with all the resources at his command, Scipio abandoned any further attempts on the place, and as winter was coming on, he constructed an entrenched camp on a tongue of land which projected into the sea, and was connected by a narrow isthmus with the mainland. He enclosed the military and naval camps within the same lines. The legions were stationed in the middle of the headland. The ships which had been beached, and their crews, occupied the northern side. The low ground on the south side was allotted to the cavalry. Such were the incidents in the African campaign down to the end of the autumn. Chapter 36. In addition to the corn which had been accumulated from the plunder of all the country round, and the supplies which had been conveyed from Sicily and Italy, a large quantity was sent by the propraetor Gnaeus Octavius, which he had obtained from Tiberius Claudius, the governor of Sardinia. The existing granaries being all full, new ones were built. The army was in need of clothing, and Octavius received instructions to confer with the governor as to whether any could be made and dispatched from that island. The matter was promptly attended to, and in a short time 1,200 togas and 12,000 tunics were sent off. Events in Italy. During this summer, the consul Publius Sempronius, who was commanding in Bruttium, was marching near Croto, when he fell in with Hannibal. An irregular battle ensued, as both armies were in column of march and did not deploy into line. The Romans were repulsed, and though it was more of a melee than a battle, no fewer than 1,200 of the consul's army were killed. They retreated in confusion to their camp, but the enemy did not venture to attack it. The consul, however, marched away in the silence of the night after dispatching a message to the proconsul Publius Licinius to bring up his legions. With their united forces, the two commanders marched back to meet Hannibal. There was no hesitation on either side. The consul's confidence was restored by the doubling of his strength, and the enemy's courage was raised by his recent victory. Publius Sempronius stationed his own legions in front. Those of Publius Licinius were placed in reserve. At the commencement of the battle, the consul vowed a temple to Fortuna Primigenia in case he routed the enemy, and his prayer was granted. The Carthaginians were routed and put to flight. Above 4,000 were killed. Nearly 300 were made prisoners, and 40 horses and 11 standards were captured. Daunted by his failure, Hannibal withdrew to Croto. Etruria, at the other end of Italy, was almost wholly in sympathy with Mago, hoping to effect a revolution with his help. The consul Marcus Cornelius kept his hold on the province more by the terror created by his judicial proceedings than by force of arms. He conducted the investigations which the Senate had commissioned him to make without any respect of persons, and many Etrurian nobles who had personally interviewed Mago or been in correspondence with him about the defection of their cantons were brought up and condemned to death. Others, knowing themselves to be equally guilty, went into exile and were sentenced in their absence. As their persons were beyond arrest, their property only could be confiscated as an earnest of their future punishment. Chapter 37. While the consuls were thus occupied in their widely separated spheres of action, the censors Marcus Livius and Gaius Claudius were busy in Rome. They revised the roll of senators, and Quintus Fabius Maximus was again chosen as leader of the house. 7 names were struck off the roll, but none of them had ever filled a curule chair. The censors insisted upon the exact fulfillment of the contracts which had been made for the repair of public buildings, and they made additional contracts for the construction of a road from the Forum Boarium to the Temple of Venus, with public seats on each side of it, and also for the building of a temple to Mater Magna on the Palatine. They also imposed a new tax in the shape of a duty on salt. In Rome and throughout Italy, it had been sold at a sexton's, and the contractors were bound to sell it at the old price in Rome, but allowed to charge a higher price in the country towns and markets. It was commonly believed that one of the censors had devised this tax to spite the people because he had once been unjustly condemned by them, and it was said that the rise in the price of salt pressed most heavily on those tribes who had been instrumental in procuring his condemnation. It was owing to this that Livius got the name of Salinator. The lustrum was closed later than usual because the censors had sent commissioners into the provinces to ascertain the number of Roman citizens who were serving in the armies. Including these, the total number as shown in the census amounted to 214,000. The lustrum was closed by Gaius Claudius Nero. This year, for the first time, a return was furnished of the population of the 12 colonies, the censors of the colonies themselves furnishing the lists so that the military strength and financial position of each might be permanently recorded in the archives of the state. Then followed the revision of the equites. It so happened that both the censors had government horses. When they came to the Poliari tribe, which contained the name of Marcus Livius, the usher hesitated about citing the censor himself. "Cite Marcus Livius," exclaimed Nero. And then, whether it was that the old enmity still survived, or that he was pluming himself upon an ill-timed strictness, he turned to Livius and ordered him to sell his horse, as he had been condemned by the verdict of the people. When they were going through the Arniensian tribe and came to his colleague's name, Livius ordered Gaius Claudius Nero to sell his horse for 2 reasons. First, because he had borne false witness against him, and secondly, because he had not been sincere in his reconciliation with him. Thus, at the close of their censorship, a dispute arose equally discreditable to both, each besmirching the other's good name at the cost of his own. After Gaius Claudius Nero had made the usual affidavit that he had acted in accordance with the laws, he went up to the treasury, and amongst the names of those whom he left disfranchised, he placed that of his colleague. He was followed by Marcus Livius, who took still more dramatic action. With the exception of the Macian tribe, who had neither condemned him nor afterwards, in spite of his condemnation, made him either consul or censor, Livius reduced to the status of aerarii the whole of the remaining tribes of the Roman people, on the ground that they had condemned an innocent man, and afterwards had made him consul and censor. He argued that they must admit that either they were acting wrongfully as judges in the first instance, or afterwards as electors. Amongst the 34 tribes, Gaius Claudius Nero, he said, would be disfranchised, and if there were any precedent for disfranchising the same man twice, he would have inserted his name specially. This rivalry between the censors in affixing a stigma on each other was deplorable, but the sharp lesson administered to the people for their inconstancy was just what a censor ought to have given, and befitted the seriousness of the times. As the censors had fallen into disfavor, one of the tribunes of the plebes, Gnaeus Baebius, thought it a good opportunity for advancing himself at their expense, and appointed a day for their impeachment. The project was defeated by the unanimous vote of the Senate, who were determined that the censorship should not for the future be at the mercy of popular caprice. Chapter 38. During the summer, Clampetia in Bruttium was taken by storm by the consul. Consentia, Pandosia, and some other unimportant places surrendered voluntarily. As the time for the elections was approaching, it was thought best to summon Cornelius from Etruria, as there were no active hostilities there, and he conducted the elections. The new consuls were Gnaeus Servilius Capio and Caius Servilius Geminus. At the election of praetors which followed, those returned were Publius Cornelius Lentulus, Publius Quintilius Verus, Publius Aelius Paetus, and Publius Villius Tapulus. The last two were plebeian aediles at the time. When the elections were over, the consul returned to Etruria. Some deaths took place among the priests this year, and appointments were made to fill the vacancies. Tiberius Veturius Philo was appointed Flamen of Mars, in place of Marcus Aemilius Regulus, who died in the preceding year. Marcus Pomponius Matho, who had been both augur and keeper of the sacred books, was succeeded by Marcus Aurelius Cotta in the latter office, and as augur by Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus, a very young man, a very unusual thing at that time in appointments to the priesthood. Golden chariots were placed in the Capitol by the curial aediles, Gaius Livius and Marcus Servilius Geminus. The Roman games were celebrated for 2 days by the aediles Publius Aelius and Publius Villius. There was also a feast in honor of Jupiter on the occasion of the games. End of section 28. Section 29 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 30, Close of the Hannibalic War, Chapters 1 through 6. Chapter 1, Distribution of the Commands, Expiation of Portents. It was now the 16th year of the Punic War. The new consuls, Gnaeus Servilius and Gaius Servilius, laid before the Senate the questions of the general policy of the Republic, the conduct of the war, and the assignment of the provinces. It was resolved that the consuls should come to an arrangement, or, failing that, decide by ballot, which of them should oppose Hannibal in Bruttium, whilst the other should have Etruria and the Ligurians as his province. The one to whom Bruttium fell was to take over the army from Publius Sempronius, and Sempronius, whose command was extended for a year as proconsul, was to relieve Publius Licinius. The latter was to return to Rome. Licinius was not only a fine soldier, but he was in every respect one of the most accomplished citizens of the time. He combined in himself all the advantages which nature or fortune could bestow. He was an exceptionally handsome man, and possessed remarkable physical strength. He was considered a most eloquent speaker, whether he was pleading a cause, or defending or attacking a measure in the Senate, or before the Assembly, and he was thoroughly conversant with pontifical law, and his recent consulship had established his reputation as a military leader. Arrangements similar to those in Bruttium were also made in Etruria and Liguria. Marcus Cornelius was to hand over his army to the new consul, and hold the province of Gaul with the legions which Lucius Scribonius had commanded the previous year. Then the consuls balloted for their provinces. Bruttium fell to Capio, Etruria to Servilius Geminus. The balloting for the praetors' provinces followed. Aelius Paetus obtained the city jurisdiction. Publius Lentulus drew Sardinia. Publius Villius Sicily, and Quintilius Varus Ariminum, with the 2 legions which had formed Lucretius Spurius's command. Lucretius had his command extended for a year to allow of his rebuilding Genoa, which had been destroyed by Mago. Scipio's command was extended until the war in Africa was brought to a close. A decree was also made that, as he had entered upon his province of Africa, solemn intercessions should be offered up, that the expedition might be to the advantage of the Roman people, of the general himself, and of his army. Chapter 2. 3,000 men were raised for service in Sicily, as all the troops in that province had been taken to Africa, and it had been decided that Sicily should be protected by 40 ships until the fleet returned from Africa. Villius took with him 13 new ships. The rest were the old ones in Sicily, which were refitted. Marcus Pomponius, who had been praetor the year before, was appointed to take charge of this fleet, and placed on board the new levies he had brought from Italy. A fleet of equal strength was assigned to Gnaeus Octavius, who also had been praetor the previous year, and was now invested with similar powers for the protection of the Sardinian coast. The praetor Lentulus was ordered to furnish 2,000 men for service with the fleet. In view of the uncertainty as to where the Carthaginian fleet would land, though they would be sure to seek some unguarded spot, Marcus Marcius was furnished with 40 ships to watch the coast of Italy. The consuls were authorized by the Senate to raise 3,000 men for this fleet, and also 2 legions to defend the city against all contingencies. The province of Spain was left in the hands of the former commanders, Lucius Lentulus and Lucius Manlius Acidnus, who retained their old legions. Altogether there were 20 legions and 160 ships of war on active service this year. The praetors were ordered to go to their respective provinces. Before the consuls left the city, they received the commands of the Senate to celebrate the great games, which the vow of the dictator Titus Manlius Torquatus required to be celebrated every 5 years, if the condition of the republic remained unaltered. Numerous stories of portents filled men's minds with superstitious terrors. It was said that crows picked with their beaks some of the gold on the Capitol and actually ate it, and rats gnawed a golden crown at Antium. The whole of the country round Capua was covered by an immense flight of locusts, and no one knew whence they had come. At Riate a foal was born with 5 feet. At Anagnia fiery meteors were seen in different parts of the sky, and these were followed by a huge blazing torch. At Frusino a thin bow encircled the sun, which afterwards grew to such a size that it extended beyond the bow. At Arpinum there was a subsidence of the ground, and a vast chasm was formed. Whilst one of the consuls was sacrificing, the liver of the first victim was found to be without a head. These portents were expiated by sacrifices of full-grown animals. The College of Pontiffs intimated the deities to whom they were to be offered. Chapter 3. Progress of Scipio's African Campaign. When this business was completed, the consuls and praetors departed to their various provinces. They were all, however, interested in Africa, as much so indeed as if the ballot had assigned it to them, whether it was that they saw that the issue of the war and their country's fate would be decided there, or that they wished to do a service to Scipio, as the man to whom all eyes were turned. So it was that not only from Sardinia, as above stated, but from Sicily itself and from Spain, clothing, corn, even arms, as well as supplies of all kinds, were forwarded to him from the Sicilian harbors. Throughout the winter there had been no pause in the numerous operations which Scipio was conducting on all sides. He maintained the investment of Utica. His camp was in full view of Hasdrubal. The Carthaginians had launched their ships. Their fleet was fully equipped and ready to intercept his supplies. Nevertheless, he had not lost sight of his purpose to win Syphax, in case his passion for his bride should have cooled through unstinted enjoyment. Syphax was anxious for peace, and proposed as conditions that the Romans should evacuate Africa, and the Carthaginians Italy. But he gave Scipio to understand that if the war continued, he should not desert his allies. I believe that the negotiations were conducted through intermediaries, and most of the authorities take this view, rather than that Syphax, as Antius Valerius asserts, came to the Roman camp to confer personally with Scipio. At first, the Roman commander would hardly allow these terms to be mentioned. Afterwards, however, in order that his men might have a plausible reason for visiting the enemy's camp, he did not reject them so decidedly, and held out hopes that after frequent discussions they might come to an agreement. The winter quarters of the Carthaginians, constructed as they were of materials collected haphazard from the country round, were almost wholly built of wood. The Numidians in particular lived in huts made of wattled reeds and roofed with grass matting. They were dispersed all over the camp in no order or arrangement, and some even lay outside the lines. When this was reported to Scipio, he was hopeful of burning the camp down if an opportunity presented itself. Chapter 4. The envoys who were sent to Syphax were accompanied by some first-rank centurions, men of tried courage and sagacity, who were disguised as camp servants. Whilst the envoys were in conference, these men strolled about the camp, noting all the adits and exits, the general arrangement of the camp, the positions of the Carthaginians and Numidians respectively, and the distance between Hasdrubal's camp and that of Syphax. They also watched the methods adopted in posting the watches and guards, to see whether a surprise attack would be better made by night or by day. The conferences were pretty frequent, and different men were purposely sent each time, in order that these details might become known to a larger number. As the discussions went on with increasing frequency, Syphax, and through him the Carthaginians, fully expected that peace would be attained with a few days. Suddenly the Roman envoys announced that they had been forbidden to return to headquarters unless a definite reply were given. Syphax must either say what he had made up his mind to do, or, if it was necessary for him to consult Hasdrubal and the Carthaginians, he should do so. The time had come for either a peace settlement or an energetic resumption of hostilities. Whilst Syphax was consulting Hasdrubal and the Carthaginians, the Roman spies had time to visit every part of the camp, and Scipio was able to make all his arrangements. The prospect of peace had, as usually happens, made Syphax and the Carthaginians less on the alert to guard against any hostile attempt which might be made in the meantime. At last a reply came, but as the Romans were supposed to be anxious for peace, the opportunity was taken of adding some unacceptable conditions. This was just what Scipio wanted to justify him in breaking off the armistice. He told the king's messenger that he would refer the matter to his council, and the next day he gave his reply to the effect that not a single member of the council beside himself was in favor of peace. The messenger was to take word that the only hope of peace for Syphax lay in his abandoning the cause of the Carthaginians. Thus Scipio put an end to the truce in order that he might be free to carry out his plans without any breach of faith. He launched his ships, it was now the commencement of spring, and placed his engines and artillery on board, as though he were going to attack Utica from the sea. He also sent 2,000 men to hold the hill commanding the city, which he had previously occupied, partly with a view of diverting the enemy's attention from his real design, and partly to prevent his camp from being attacked from the city, as it would be left with only a weak guard, while he was marching against Syphax and Hasdrubal. Chapter 5. Destruction of Hasdrubal's and Syphax's camps. After making these arrangements, he summoned a council of war, and ordered the spies to report what they had discovered, and at the same time requested Massinissa, who knew all about the enemy, to give the council any information he could. He then laid before them his own plan of operations for the coming night, and directed the tribunes to lead the troops out of camp as soon as the trumpets sounded on the break-up of the council. In obedience to his order, the march out began at sunset. About the first watch, the column of march was deployed into line of battle. After advancing in this order at an easy pace for 7 miles, they reached the hostile camp about midnight. Scipio assigned a portion of his force, including Massinissa and his Numidians, to Laelius, with instructions to attack Syphax and fire his camp. Then he took Laelius and Massinissa apart, and appealed to them each separately to make up by extra care and diligence for the confusion inseparable from a night attack. He told them that he should attack Hasdrubal and the Carthaginian camp, but would wait until he saw the king's camp on fire. He had not to wait long, for when the fire was cast on the nearest huts, it very soon caught the next ones, and then running along in all directions, spread over the whole camp. Such an extensive fire breaking out at night naturally produced alarm and confusion, but Syphax's men, thinking it was due to accident and not to the enemy, rushed out without arms to try and extinguish it. They found themselves at once confronted by an armed foe, mainly Numidians, whom Massinissa, thoroughly acquainted with the arrangement of the camp, had posted in places where they could block all the avenues. Some were caught by the flames, whilst half asleep in their beds. Numbers who had fled precipitately, scrambling over one another, were trampled to death in the camp gates. Chapter 6. In the Carthaginian camp, the first to see the glowing flames were the watch. Then others, wakened by the tumult, observed them, and all fell into the same mistake of supposing that it was an accidental outbreak. They took the cries proceeding from wounded combatants as due to the nocturnal alarm, and so were unable to realize what had actually happened. Not in the least suspecting the presence of an enemy, they rushed out, each through the gate nearest to him, without any weapons, carrying out what might help to extinguish the flames, and so came right on the Roman army. They were all cut down, for the enemy gave no quarter, that none might escape and give the alarm. In the confusion, the gates were left unguarded, and Scipio at once seized them, and fire was flung upon the nearest huts. The flames broke out at first in different places, but, creeping from hut to hut, in a very few moments wrapped the whole camp in one vast conflagration. Men and animals alike, scorched with the heat, blocked the passages to the gates, and fell crushed by each other. Those whom the fire did not overtake perished by the sword, and the two camps were involved in one common destruction. Both the generals, however, saved themselves, and out of all those thousands, only 2,000 infantry and 500 cavalry made good their escape, the majority being wounded or suffering from the fire. 40,000 men perished either from the fire or the enemy. Over 5,000 were taken alive, including many Carthaginian nobles, of whom 11 were senators. 174 standards were captured, 2,700 horses, and 6 elephants, 8 others having been killed or burnt to death. An enormous quantity of arms was secured. These the general devoted to Vulcan, and they were all burnt. End of section 29. Section 30 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 30, Close of the Hannibalic War. Chapters 7 through 13. Chapter 7. Fresh efforts on the part of Carthage. Battle in Magni Campi. Hasdrubal, who was accompanied in his flight by a small body of horse, made for the nearest city, where he was subsequently joined by all who survived. But fearing that it might be surrendered to Scipio, he left it in the night. Soon after his departure, the gates were opened to admit the Romans, and as the surrender was a voluntary one, the place suffered no hostile treatment. 2 cities were taken and sacked soon afterwards, and the loot found there, with what had been rescued from the burning camp, was all given to the soldiers. Syphax established himself in a fortified position about 8 miles distant. Hasdrubal hastened to Carthage, fearing lest the recent disaster should frighten the Senate into a more yielding mood. So great, in fact, was the alarm that people expected Scipio to leave Utica alone and instantly commence the siege of Carthage. The Suffetes, a magistrate corresponding to our consul, convened a meeting of the Senate. Here 3 proposals were made. One was to send envoys to Scipio to negotiate a peace, another to recall Hannibal to protect his country from the ruin which threatened it. The third, which showed a firmness worthy of Romans in adversity, urged the reinforcement of the army to its proper strength, and an appeal to Syphax not to abandon hostilities. The last proposal, which was supported by Hasdrubal and the whole of the Barcine party, was adopted. Recruiting began at once in the city and the country districts, and a deputation was sent to Syphax, who was already doing his utmost to repair his losses and renew hostilities. He was urged on by his wife, who did not now trust to the endearments and caresses with which she had formerly swayed her lover, but with prayers and piteous appeals, and eyes bathed in tears, she conjured him not to betray her father and her country, or allow Carthage to be devastated by the flames which had consumed his camp. The deputation gave him encouragement and hope, by informing him that they had met near a city called Oba, a body of 4,000 Celtiberian mercenaries who had been raised in Spain, a splendid force, and that Hasdrubal would appear ere long with a formidable army. He answered them in friendly terms, and then took them to see a large number of Numidian peasants, to whom he had just given arms and horses, and assured them that he would call out all the fighting men in his kingdom. He was well aware, he said, that he owed his defeat to fire, and not to the chances of battle. It was only the man who was vanquished by arms that was inferior in war. Such was the tenor of his reply to the deputation. A few days later, Hasdrubal and Syphax joined forces. Their united strength amounted to about 30,000 men. Chapter 8. Just as though the war were at end, so far as Syphax and the Carthaginians were concerned, Scipio pressed on the siege of Utica, and was already bringing his engines up to the walls when he received intelligence of the enemy's activity. Leaving a small force to keep up the appearance of an investment by land and sea, he marched with the main body of his army to meet his foes. His first position was on a hill some 4 miles distant from the king's camp. The next day he marched his cavalry down into what are called the Magni Campi, a stretch of level country extending from the foot of the hill, and spent the day in riding up to the enemy's outposts and harassing them with skirmishes. For the next 2 days both sides kept up this desultory fighting without any result worth mentioning. On the 4th day both sides came down to battle. The Roman commander drew up his principes behind the leading maniples of the Hastati and the Triarii as reserves. The Italian cavalry were stationed on the right wing, Massinissa and the Numidians on the left. Syphax and Hasdrubal placed the Numidian cavalry opposite the Italian, and the Carthaginian horse fronted Massinissa, whilst the Celtiberians formed the center to meet the charge of the legions. In this formation they closed. The Numidians and Carthaginians on the 2 wings were routed at the first charge. The former, consisting mostly of peasants, could not withstand the Roman horse, nor could the Carthaginians. Also raw levies held their own against Massinissa, whose recent victory had made him more formidable than ever. Though exposed on both flanks, the Celtiberians stood their ground, for as they did not know the country, flight offered no chance of safety, nor could they hope for any quarter from Scipio after carrying their mercenary arms into Africa to attack the man who had done so much for them and their countrymen. Completely enveloped by their foes, they died fighting to the last, and fell one after another on the ground where they stood. Whilst the attention of all was turned to them, Syphax and Hasdrubal gained time to make their escape. The victors, wearied with slaughter more than with fighting, were at last overtaken by the night. Chapter 9. Attack on the Roman fleet. On the morrow Scipio sent Laelius with the whole of the Roman and Numidian cavalry, and some light-armed infantry in pursuit of Syphax and Hasdrubal. The cities in the neighborhood, all of which were subject to Carthage, he attacked successively with his main body. Some he won by appealing to their hopes and fears, some he took by storm. Carthage was in a state of terrible panic. They felt quite sure that when he had subjugated all their neighbors in the rapid progress of his arms, he would make a sudden attack on Carthage. The walls were repaired and protected by outworks, and each man carried off from the fields, on his own account, what would enable him to endure a long siege. Few ventured to mention the word peace in the Senate. Many were in favor of recalling Hannibal. The majority were of opinion that the fleet which was intended to intercept supplies should be sent to destroy the ships anchored off Utica, possibly the naval camp as well, which was insufficiently guarded. This proposal found most favor. At the same time, they decided to send to Hannibal, for even, it was argued, supposing that the naval operations were completely successful, the siege of Utica would be only partly raised, and then there was the defense of Carthage. They had no general but Hannibal, no army but his that could undertake that task. The next day the ships were launched, and at the same time a party of delegates set sail for Italy. The critical state of affairs acted as strong stimulus. Everything was done with feverish energy. Anyone who showed hesitation or slackness was regarded as a traitor to the safety of all. As Scipio was making slow progress, his army being encumbered with the spoils of many cities, he sent the prisoners and the rest of the booty to his old camp at Utica. As Carthage was now his objective, he seized Taenita, from which the garrison had fled, a place about 15 miles from Carthage, protected by its natural situation as well as by defensive works. It is visible from Carthage, and its walls afford a view of the sea which surrounds that city. Chapter 10. Whilst the Romans were busily engaged in entrenching, they saw the hostile fleet sailing from Carthage to Utica. They at once seized work, orders were given to march, and the army made a rapid advance. Fearing lest the ships should be caught with their prows turned shorewards for siege operations, in utter unreadiness for a naval battle. How, they asked themselves, can a mobile and fully armed fleet in perfect sailing order be successfully resisted by ships loaded with artillery and war machines, or converted into transports, or brought up so close to the walls as to allow of scaling parties, using them instead of an agar and gangways? Under the circumstances, Scipio abandoned the usual tactics. Bringing the warships, which could have protected the others, into the rearmost position close inshore, he lined up the transports in front of them 4 deep, to serve as a wall against the enemy's attack. To prevent the lines from being broken by violent charges, he laid masts and yard arms from ship to ship, and secured them by stout ropes, which bound them together like one continuous chain. He then fastened planks upon the top of these, so making a free passage along the whole line, and under these bridges the dispatch boats had room to run out against the enemy and retire into safety. After making these hurried arrangements as complete as time would allow, he placed about 1,000 picked men on board the transports, and an immense quantity of missile weapons, so that however long the fighting went on, there might be enough. Thus ready and eager, they waited for the enemy. If the Carthaginians had moved more rapidly, they would have found hurry and confusion everywhere, and they might have destroyed the fleet in the first onset. They were, however, disheartened by the defeat of their land forces, and now they did not feel confidence even on the sea, the element where they were strongest. After sailing slowly all through the day, they brought up towards sunset at a harbor called by the natives Rusakman. The following day they put out to sea in line of battle, expecting the Romans to come out and attack them. After they had been stationary for a long time, and no movement on the part of the enemy was visible, they at last commenced an attack on the transports. There was nothing in the least resembling a naval action. It looked almost exactly as if ships were attacking walls. The transports were considerably higher than their opponents, and consequently the missiles from the Carthaginian vessels, which had to be hurled from below, were mostly ineffective. Those from the transports thrown from above fell with more force, their weight adding to the blow. The dispatch boats and light vessels which ran out through the intervals under the plank gangways were many of them run down by the momentum and bulk of the warships, and in time they became a hindrance to those fighting on the transports, who were often obliged to desist for fear of hitting them while they were mixed up with the enemy's ships. At last the Carthaginians began to throw poles with grappling hooks at the end. The soldiers call them harpagones, on to the Roman ships, and it was impossible to cut away either the poles or the chains by which they were suspended. When a warship had hooked one of the transports, it was rowed astern, and you would see the ropes which fastened the transports one to another give way, and sometimes a whole line of transports would be dragged off together. In this way, all the gangways connecting the first line of transports were broken up, and there was hardly any place left where the defenders could spring back into the second line. 6 transports were towed off to Carthage. Here the rejoicing was greater than the circumstances of the case warranted, but what made it all the more welcome was the fact that the Roman fleet had narrowly escaped destruction, an escape due to the Carthaginian commander's slackness and the timely arrival of Scipio. Amid such continual disasters and mourning, this was an unhoped-for cause of congratulation. Chapter 11. Syphax defeated and made prisoner. Meantime, Laelius and Massinissa, after a 15 days' march, entered Numidia, and the Messulians, delighted to see their king, whose absence they had so long regretted, placed him once more on his ancestral throne. All the garrisons with which Syphax had held the country were expelled, and he was confined within the limits of his former dominions. He had no intention, however, of remaining quiet. He was goaded on by his wife, whom he passionately loved, and by her father, and he had such an abundance of men and horses that the mere sight of the resources afforded by a realm which had enjoyed many years of prosperity would have stimulated the ambition of even a less barbarous and impulsive nature than Syphax possessed. He assembled all who were fit for war, and after distributing horses, armor, and weapons amongst them, he formed the mounted men into squadrons, and the infantry into cohorts, a plan which he had learnt in the old days from the centurions. With this army, quite as numerous as the one he had had before, but consisting almost entirely of raw and untrained levies, he marched off to meet his enemies, and fixed his camp in their vicinity. At first he sent small bodies of cavalry from the outposts to make a cautious reconnaissance. Compelled to retire by showers of darts, they galloped back to their comrades. Sorties were made on both sides alternately, and indignant at being repulsed, larger bodies came up. This acts as an incentive in cavalry skirmishes when the winning side find their comrades flocking to them in hopes of victory, and rage at the prospect of defeat brings support to those who are losing. So it was then the fighting had been begun by a few, but the love of battle at last brought the whole of the cavalry on both sides into the field. As long as the cavalry only were engaged, the Romans had great difficulty in withstanding the immense numbers of Messulians, whom Syphax was sending forward. Suddenly, however, the Roman light infantry ran out between the cavalry, who made way for them, and this gave steadiness to the line and checked the rush of the enemy. The latter slackened speed and then came to a halt, and were soon thrown into confusion by this unaccustomed mode of fighting. At last they gave ground, not only before the infantry, but before the cavalry also, to whom the support of their infantry had given fresh courage. By this time the legions were coming up, but the Massylians did not wait for their attack. The mere sight of the standards and arms was enough. Such was the effect either of the recollection of their past defeats, or of the fear which the enemy now inspired. Chapter 12. Syphax was riding up to the hostile squadrons in the hope that either a sense of honor or his own personal danger might check the flight of his men, when his horse was severely wounded and he was thrown, overpowered, and made prisoner, and carried off to Laelius. Massinissa was especially delighted to see him as a captive. Cirta was Syphax's capital, and a considerable number escaped to that city. The losses sustained were insignificant compared with the importance of the victory, for the fighting had been confined to the cavalry. There were not more than 5,000 killed, and in the storming of the camp, whither the mass of troops had fled after losing their king, less than half that number were made prisoners. Massinissa told Laelius that nothing would delight him more for the moment than to visit as conqueror his ancestral dominions, which had, after so many years, been recovered, but prompt action was as necessary in success as in defeat. He suggested that he should be allowed to go on with the cavalry and the vanquished Syphax to Cirta, which he would be able to surprise amidst the general confusion and alarm. Laelius might follow with the infantry by easy stages. Laelius gave his consent, and Massinissa advanced to Cirta, and ordered the leading citizens to be invited to a conference. They were ignorant of what had happened to the king, and though Massinissa told them all that had occurred, he found threats and persuasion equally unavailing until the king was brought before them in chains. At this painful and humiliating spectacle there was an outburst of grief. The defenses were abandoned, and there was a unanimous resolve to seek the victor's favor by opening the gates to him. After placing guards round all the gates and at suitable places in the fortifications, he galloped up to the palace to take possession of it. As he was entering the vestibule, on the very threshold in fact, he was met by Sophonisba, the wife of Syphax and daughter of the Carthaginian Hasdrubal. When she saw him surrounded by an armed escort, and conspicuous by his arms and general appearance, she rightly guessed that he was the king, and throwing herself at his feet, exclaimed, "Your courage and good fortune, aided by the gods, have given you absolute power over us. But if a captive may utter words of supplication before one who is master of her fate, if she may touch his victorious right hand, then I pray and beseech you by the kingly greatness in which we two not long ago were clothed, by the name of Numidian, which you and Syphax alike bear, by the tutelary deities of this royal abode, who, I pray, may receive you with fairer omens than those with which they sent him hence, grant this favor at least to your suppliant, that you yourself decide your captive's fate, whatever it may be, and do not leave me to fall under the cruel tyranny of a Roman. Had I been simply the wife of Syphax, I would still choose to trust to the honor of a Numidian born under the same African sky as myself, rather than that of an alien and a foreigner. But I am a Carthaginian, the daughter of Hasdrubal, and you see what I have to fear. If no other way is possible, then I implore you to save me by death from falling into Roman hands." Sophonisba was in the bloom of youth and in all the splendor of her beauty, and as she held Massinissa's hand and begged him to give his word that she should not be surrendered to the Romans, Her tone became one of blandishment rather than entreaty. A slave to passion, like all his countrymen, the victor at once fell in love with his captive. He gave her his solemn assurance that he would do what she wished him to do, and then retired into the palace. Here he considered in what way he could redeem his promise, and as he saw no practical way of doing so, he allowed his passion to dictate to him as a method equally reckless and indecent. Without a moment's delay, he made preparations for celebrating his nuptials on that very day, so that neither Laelius nor Scipio might be free to treat as a prisoner one who was now Massinisa's wife. When the marriage ceremony was over, Laelius appeared on the scene, and far from concealing his disapproval of what had been done, he actually attempted to drag her from her bridegroom's arms and sent her with Syphax and the other prisoners to Scipio. However, Massinisa's remonstrances so far prevailed that it was left to Scipio to decide which of the two kings should be the happy possessor of Sophonisba. After Laelius had sent Syphax and the other prisoners away, he recovered, with Massinisa's aid, the remaining cities in Numidia, which were still held by the king's garrisons. Chapter 13. When the news arrived that Syphax was being brought into camp, the whole army turned out as though to watch a triumphal procession. The king himself, in chains, was the first to appear. He was followed by a crowd of Numidian nobles. As they passed, the soldiers, each in turn, sought to magnify their victory by exaggerating the greatness of Syphax and the military reputation of his nation. "This is the king," they said, "whose greatness has been so far acknowledged by the most powerful states in the world, Rome and Carthage, that Scipio left his army in Spain and sailed with 2 triremes to Africa to secure his alliance, whilst the Carthaginian Hasdrubal not only visited him in his kingdom, but even gave him his daughter in marriage. He has had the Roman and the Carthaginian commanders both in his power at the same time. As each side has sought peace and friendship from the immortal gods by sacrifices duly offered, so each side alike has sought peace and friendships from him. He was powerful enough to expel Massinissa from his kingdom, and he reduced him to such a condition that he owed his life to the report of his death, and to his concealment in the forest, where he lived on what he could catch there, like a wild beast." Amidst these remarks of the bystanders, the king was conducted to the headquarters tent. As Scipio compared the earlier fortunes of the man with his present condition, and recalled to mind his own hospitable relations with him, the mutually pledged right hands, the political and personal bonds between them, he was greatly moved. Syphax, too, thought of these things, but they gave him courage in addressing his conqueror. Scipio questioned him as to his object in first denouncing his alliance with Rome, and then starting an unprovoked war against her. He admitted that he had done wrong and behaved like a madman, but his taking up arms against Rome was not the beginning of his madness, it was the last act. He first exhibited his folly, his utter disregard of all private ties and public obligations, when he admitted a Carthaginian bride into his house. The torches which illuminated these nuptials had set his palace in a blaze. That fury of a woman, that scourge, had used every endearment to alienate and warp his feelings, and would not rest till she had with her own impious hands armed him against his host and friend. However, broken and ruined as he was, he had this to console him in his misery, that pestilential fury had entered the household of his bitterest foe. Massinissa was not wiser or more consistent than he had been. His youth made him even less cautious. At all events, that marriage proved him to be more foolish and headstrong. End of section 30. Section 31 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita Boutros. Book 30, Close of the Hannibalic War, Chapters 14 through 20. Chapter 14, Sophonisba's Death. This was the language of a man animated not only by hatred towards an enemy, but also by the sting of hopeless love, knowing as he did that the woman he loved was in the house of his rival. Scipio was deeply distressed at what he heard. Proof of the charges was found in the hurrying on of the nuptials, almost amid the clash of arms, without consulting or even waiting for Laelius. Massinissa had acted with such precipitancy that the very first day he saw his prisoner he married her, and the rites were actually performed before the tutelary deities of his enemy's house. This conduct appeared all the more shocking to Scipio, because when he himself was in Spain, young as he was, no captive girl had ever moved him by her beauty. Whilst he was thinking all this over, Laelius and Massinissa appeared. He extended the same gracious and friendly welcome to both, and in the presence of a large number of his officers, addressed them in most laudatory terms. Then he took Massinissa quietly aside, and spoke to him as follows. I think, Massinissa, that you must have seen some good qualities in me when you went to Spain to establish friendly relations with me, and also when, afterwards, you trusted yourself and all your fortunes to me in Africa. Now, among all the virtues which attracted you, there is none upon which I pride myself so much as upon my continence and the control of my passions. I wish, Massinissa, that you would add these to the other noble features of your own character. At our time of life, we are not, believe me, so much in danger from armed foes as from the seductive pleasures which tempt us on every side. The man who has curbed and subjugated these by his self-control has won for himself greater glory and a greater victory than we have won over Syphax. The courage and energy you have displayed in my absence I have gladly dwelt upon and gratefully remember. The rest of your conduct I prefer that you should reflect upon when alone, rather than that I should make you blush by alluding to it. Syphax has been defeated and made prisoner under the auspices of the people of Rome, and this being so, his wife, his kingdom, his territory, his towns with all their inhabitants, whatever in short Syphax possessed, belong now to Rome as the spoils of war. Even if his wife were not a Carthaginian, if we did not know that her father is in command of the enemy's forces, it would still be our duty to send her with her husband to Rome, and leave it to the Senate and people to decide the fate of one who is alleged to have estranged our ally and precipitated him in arms against us. Conquer your feelings and be on your guard against letting one vice mar the many good qualities you possess, and sullying the grace of all your services by a fault which is out of all proportion to its cause. Chapter 15. On hearing this, Massinissa blushed furiously and even shed tears. He said that he would comply with the general's wishes, and begged him to take into consideration as far as he could, the pledge he had rashly given, for he had promised that he would not let her pass into anyone's power. Then he left the headquarters tent and retired to his own in a state of distraction. Dismissing all his attendants, he remained there some time, giving vent to continual sighs and groans, which were quite audible to those outside. At last, with a deep groan, he called one of his slaves, in whom he placed complete confidence, and who had in his keeping the poison which kings usually have in reserve against the vicissitudes of fortune. After mixing it in a cup, he told him to take it to Sophonisba, and at the same time tell her that Massinissa would have gladly fulfilled the first promise that he made to his wife, but as those who have the power were depriving him of the right to do so, he was fulfilling the second, that she should not fall into the hands of the Romans alive. The thought of her father, her country, and the 2 kings who had wedded her would decide her how to act. When the servant came with the poison and the message to Sophonisba, she said, "I accept this wedding gift, no unwelcome one if my husband can do nothing more for his wife, but tell him that I should have died more happily had not my marriage bed stood so near my grave." The high spirit of these words was sustained by the fearless way in which, without the slightest sign of trepidation, she drank the potion. When the news reached Scipio, he was afraid that the young man, wild with grief, would take some still more desperate step, so he at once sent for him and tried to console him, at the same time gently censuring him for having atoned for one act of madness by committing another, and making the affair more tragic than it need have been. The next day, with the view of diverting his thoughts, Scipio mounted the tribunal and ordered the assembly to be sounded. Addressing Massinissa as king, and eulogizing him in the highest possible terms, he presented him with a golden crown, curule chair, an ivory scepter, and also with a purple-bordered toga, and a tunic embroidered with palms. He enhanced the value of these gifts by informing him that the Romans considered no honor more splendid than that of a triumph, and that no more magnificent insignia were borne by triumphing generals than those which the Roman people deemed Massinissa, alone of all foreigners worthy to possess. Laelius was the next to be commended. He was presented with a golden crown. Other soldiers received rewards according to their services. The honors which had been conferred on the king went far to assuage his grief, and he was encouraged to hope for the speedy possession of the whole of Numidia, now that Syphax was out of the way. Chapter 16. Overtures for Peace. Laelius was sent in charge of Syphax and the other prisoners to Rome, and envoys from Massinissa accompanied him. Scipio returned to his camp at Taenita and completed the fortifications which he had commenced. The rejoicing of the Carthaginians over the temporary success of their naval attack was short-lived and evanescent, for when they heard of the capture of Syphax, on whom they had rested their hopes almost more than on Hasdrubal and his army, they completely lost heart. The war party could no longer gain a hearing, and the Senate sent the 30 seniors to Scipio to sue for peace. This body was the most august council in their state, and controlled to a very large extent even the Senate itself. When they reached the headquarters tent in the Roman camp, they made a profound obeisance and prostrated themselves, a practice, I believe, which they brought with them from their original home. Their language corresponded to their abject posture. They made no excuse for themselves, but threw the responsibility for the war on Hannibal and his supporters. They craved pardon for a city which had been twice ruined by the recklessness of its citizens, and could only be preserved in safety by the goodwill of its enemy. What Rome sought, they pleaded, was the homage and submission of the vanquished, not their annihilation. They professed themselves ready to execute any commands which he chose to give. Scipio replied that he had come to Africa in the hope, a hope which his successes had confirmed, of taking back to Rome a complete victory, and not merely proposals for peace. Still, though victory was almost within his grasp, he would not refuse to grant terms of peace, that all nations might know that Rome was actuated by the spirit of justice, whether she was undertaking a war or putting an end to one. He stated the terms of peace, which were the surrender of all prisoners, deserters, and refugees, the withdrawal of the armies from Italy and Gaul, the abandonment of all action in Spain, the evacuation of all the islands lying between Italy and Africa, and the surrender of their entire navy with the exception of 20 vessels. They were also to provide 500,000 pecks of wheat and 300,000 of barley, but the actual amount of the money indemnity is doubtful. In some authors I find 5,000 talents, in others 5,000 pounds of silver mentioned. Some only say that double pay for the troops was demanded. You will be allowed, he added, 3 days to consider whether you will agree to peace on these terms. If you decide to do so, arrange an armistice with me, and send envoys to the Senate in Rome. The Carthaginians were then dismissed. As their object was to gain time to allow of Hannibal's sailing across to Africa, they resolved that no conditions of peace should be rejected, and accordingly they sent delegates to conclude an armistice with Scipio, and a deputation was also sent to Rome to sue for peace, the latter taking with them a few prisoners and deserters for the sake of appearance, in order that peace might more be readily granted. Chapter 17. The Senate and Massinissa. Several days previously, Laelius arrived in Rome with Syphax and the Numidian prisoners. He made a report to the Senate of all that had been done in Africa, and there were great rejoicings at the present position of affairs, and sanguine hopes for the future. After discussing the matter, the Senate decided that Syphax should be interned at Alba, and that Laelius should stay in Rome until the Carthaginian delegates arrived. A 4 days' thanksgiving was ordered. On the adjournment of the house, Publius Aelius the praetor forthwith convened a meeting of the assembly, and mounted the rostrum, accompanied by Gaius Laelius. When the people heard that the armies of Carthage had been routed, a far-famed king defeated and made prisoner, and a victorious progress made throughout Numidia, they could no longer restrain their feelings, and expressed their unbounded joy in shouts and other demonstrations of delight. Seeing the people in this mood, the praetor at once gave orders for the sacristans to throw open the holy places throughout the city, in order that the people might have the whole day for going round the shrines to offer up their adoration and thanksgivings to the gods. The next day he introduced Massinissa's envoys to the Senate. They first of all congratulated the Senate upon Scipio's successes in Africa, and then expressed thanks on behalf of Massinissa for Scipio's action in not only conferring upon him the title of king, but also in giving practical effect to it by restoring to him his ancestral dominion, where, now that Syphax was disposed of, he would, if the Senate so decided, reign free from all fear of opposition. He was grateful for the way in which Scipio had spoken of him before his officers, and for the splendid insignia with which he had been honored, and which he had done his best to prove himself worthy of, and would continue to do so. They petitioned the Senate to confirm by a formal decree the royal title, and the other favors and dignities which Scipio had conferred upon him. And as an additional boon, Massinissa begged, if he was not asking too much, that they would release the Numidian prisoners who were under guard in Rome. That, he considered, would increase his prestige with his subjects. The reply given to the envoys was to the effect that the Senate congratulated the king as much as themselves upon the successes in Africa. Scipio had acted rightly and in perfect order in recognizing Massinissa as king, and the senators warmly approved of all he had done to meet Massinissa's wishes. They passed a decree that the presents which the envoys were to take to the king should comprise 2 purple cloaks with a golden clasp on each, and 2 tunics embroidered with the laticlave, 2 richly caparisoned horses, and a set of equestrian armor with cuirasses for each. 2 tents and military furniture, such as the consuls are usually provided with. The praetor received instructions to see that these things were sent to the king. The envoys each received presents to the value of 5,000 aces, and each member of their suite to the value of 1,000 aces. Besides these, 2 suits of apparel were given to each of the envoys, and 1 to each of their suite, and also to each of the Numidian prisoners who were to be restored to the king. During their stay in Rome, a house was placed at their disposal, and they were treated as guests of the state. Chapter 18. The Campaign in Gaul. Mago wounded. During this summer, Publius Quintilius Varus, the praetor, and Marcus Cornelius, the proconsul, fought a regular engagement with Mago. The praetor's legions formed the fighting line. Cornelius kept his in reserve, but rode to the front and took command of one wing, the praetor leading the other, and both of them exhorted the soldiers to make a furious charge on the enemy. When they failed to make any impression upon them, Quintilius said to Cornelius, "As you see, the battle is progressing too slowly. The enemy, finding themselves offering an unhoped-for resistance, have steeled themselves against fear. There is danger of this fear passing into audacity. We must let loose a hurricane of cavalry against them, if we want to shake them and make them give ground. Either, then, you must keep up the fighting at the front, and I will bring the cavalry into action, or I will remain here and direct the operations of the first line, while you launch the cavalry of the 4 legions against the enemy." The proconsul left it to the praetor to decide what he would do. Quintilius accordingly, accompanied by his son Marcus, an enterprising and energetic youth, rode off to the cavalry, ordered them to mount, and sent them at once against the enemy. The effect of their charge was heightened by the battle shout of the legions, and the hostile lines would not have stood their ground had not Mago, at the first movement of the cavalry, promptly brought his elephants into action. The appearance of these animals, their trumpeting and smell, so terrified the horses as to render the assistance of the cavalry futile. When engaged at close quarters and able to use sword and lance, The Roman cavalryman was the better fighter, but when carried away by a frightened horse, he was a better target for the Numidian darts. As for the infantry, the 12th Legion had lost a large proportion of their men, and were holding their ground more to avoid the disgrace of retreat than from any hope of offering effectual resistance. Nor would they have held it any longer if the 13th Legion, which was in reserve, had not been brought up, and taken part in the doubtful conflict. To oppose this fresh legion, Mago brought up his reserves also. These were Gauls, and the Hastati of the 11th Legion had not much trouble in putting them to rout. They then closed up and attacked the elephants, who were creating confusion in the Roman infantry ranks, showering their darts upon them as they crowded together, and hardly ever failing to hit. They drove them all back upon the Carthaginian lines, after 4 had fallen, severely wounded. At last the enemy began to give ground, and the whole of the Roman infantry, when they saw the elephants turning against their own side, rushed forward to increase the confusion and panic. As long as Mago kept his station in front, his men retreated slowly and in good order. But when they saw him fall, seriously wounded, and carried almost fainting from the field, there was a general flight. The losses of the enemy amounted to 5,000 men, and 22 standards were taken. The victory was a far from bloodless one for the Romans. They lost 2,300 men in the praetor's army, mostly from the 12th Legion, and amongst them 2 military tribunes, Marcus Casconius and Marcus Mavius. The 13th Legion, the last to take part in the action, also had its losses. Gaius Helvius, a military tribune, fell whilst restoring the battle, and 22 members of the cavalry corps, belonging to distinguished families, together with some of the centurions, were trampled to death by the elephants. The battle would have lasted longer had not Mago's wound given the Romans the victory. Chapter 19. Mago's death. Mago withdrew during the night, and marching as rapidly as his wound would allow, reached that part of the Ligurian coast which is inhabited by the Ingoni. Here he was met by the deputation from Carthage, which had landed a few days previously at Genoa. They informed him that he must sail for Africa at the earliest possible moment. His brother Hannibal, to whom similar instructions had been given, was on the point of doing so. Carthage was not in a position to retain her hold upon Gaul and Italy. The commands of the Senate and the dangers threatening his country decided Mago's course, and moreover there was the risk of an attack from the victorious enemy if he delayed, and also of the desertion of the Ligurians, who, seeing Italy abandoned by the Carthaginians, would go over to those in whose power they would ultimately be. He hoped, too, that a sea voyage would be less trying to his wound than the jolting of the march had been, and that everything would contribute to his recovery. He embarked his men and set sail, but he had not cleared Sardinia when he died of his wound. Some of his ships, which had parted company with the rest when out at sea, were captured by the Roman fleet, which was lying off Sardinia. Such was the course of events in the Alpine districts of Italy. The consul Gaius Servilius had done nothing worth recording in Etruria, nor after his departure for Gaul. In the latter country he had rescued his father Gaius Servilius, and also Gaius Lutatius, after 16 years of servitude, the result of their capture by the Boii at Tarentum. With his father on one side of him and Lutatius on the other, he returned to Rome, honored more on personal than public grounds. A measure was proposed to the people, relieving him from penalties for having illegally acted as tribune of the plebes and plebeian aedile, while his father, who had filled a curial chair, was, unknown to him, still alive. When the bill of indemnity was passed, he returned to his province. The consul Gnaeus Servilius in Bruttium received the surrender of several places, now that they saw that the Punic War was drawing to a close. Amongst these were Consentia, Aufugium, Berge, Bersidiae, Auriculum, Lymphaeum, Argentanum, and Clampetia. He also fought a battle with Hannibal in the neighborhood of Croto, of which no clear account exists. According to Valerius Antius, 5,000 of the enemy were killed, but either this is an unblushing fiction, or its omission in the Annalists shows great carelessness. At all events, nothing further was done by Hannibal in Italy, for the delegation summoning him to Africa happened to arrive from Carthage about the same time as the one to Mago. Chapter 20. Hannibal evacuates Italy. It is said that he gnashed his teeth, groaned, and almost shed tears when he heard what the delegates had to say. After they had delivered their instructions, he exclaimed, "The men who tried to drag me back by cutting off my supplies of men and money are now recalling me, not by crooked means, but plainly and openly. So you see, it is not the Roman people who have been so often routed and cut to pieces that have vanquished Hannibal, but the Carthaginian Senate by their detraction and envy. It is not Scipio who will pride himself and exult over the disgrace of my return, so much as Hanno, who has crushed my house, since he could do it in no other way, beneath the ruins for Carthage." He had divined what would happen, and had got his ships ready in anticipation. The unserviceable portion of his troops he got rid of by distributing them ostensibly as garrisons amongst the few towns which, more out of fear than loyalty, still adhered to him. The main strength of his army he transported to Africa. Many who were natives of Italy refused to follow him, and withdrew into the temple of Juno Lacinia, a shrine which up to that day had remained inviolate. There, actually within the sacred precinct, they were foully murdered. Seldom, according to the accounts, has anyone left his native country to go into exile in such gloomy sorrow as Hannibal manifested when quitting the country of his foes. It is stated that he often looked back to the shores of Italy, accusing gods and men, and even cursing himself for not having led his soldiers, reeking with blood, from the victorious field of Cannae straight to Rome. Scipio, he said, who, whilst consul, had never seen a Carthaginian in Italy, had dared to go to Africa, whereas he, who had slain 100,000 men at Thrasymene and at Cannae, had wasted his strength round Casilinum and Cumae and Nola. Amid these accusations and regrets, he was borne away from his long occupation of Italy. End of section 31.